Morning, everyone.
Morning, Speaker.
Morning, Speaker.
On which one are we now?
Okay, try to talk again.
Morning.
Morning, Speaker.
Morning, Speaker.
Sorry. Morning, everyone. We're just struggling to have a sound here. Morning.
Morning, Speaker. Can you hear us? Speaker?
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
We're struggling to get sound from the laptop this morning. Is everyone on, Graham? Graham?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm watching two versions of this feed. You can look in the participants on the right-hand side when you say show people who is on the call, but this is being streamed live.
Speaker, may I suggest that you do a roll call of all councillors and that they confirm that they are present, please.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our meeting for today. Can I just get an indication from all councillors that are now present? Councillor Kraut? Councillor Kraut? Councillor Davis?
Yes.
Councillor Quinana? Councillor David, I didn't see your video. Can you put your video on?
It's on, Speaker.
Councillor Quinana? Councillor Matika?
Councillor Matika is on.
Councillor Matwana? Councillor Myers?
I'm here.
Councillor Myers?
I'm here.
Can you put your video on?
I have. I think there's too many people with their
I can
videos
see
on.
you. Yeah, it's a little bit, yes. Councillor Naki? Councillor Naki? Councillor Mezu? Councillor Opperman?
Speaker, she just said Councillor Opperman is just getting ready because she's waiting for a link. I've just asked Graham to send her a link. Apparently the link that wasn't.
Okay.
He's sending it to her quickly.
Councillor Selase? Councillor Salase,
Francis
Kosana.
Speaker. Okay, I had my slide, okay.
Councillor Kosana.
Speaker, Councillor Ngezu is here.
Yes, I've got you, Councillor Ngezu. Councillor Kosana. Councillor Strubel.
Morning, Speaker. I'm here.
Can you put your video,
It's
camera on?
Speaker. Just take a little bit of time, yes. Can you see me?
Yes. Councillor Tsengwa. Councillor Chokolo. I can see you now, Councillor Strubel.
I'm here, Speaker. Speaker, I'm here.
Shanae?
When did he say you must put on your camera, eh? Okay, Mama, now kiss back on.
Not yet. I speak.
Speaker.
Speaker.
I think we lost the speaker.
YouTube was speaking on so.
Yeah, yeah, no, I've just switched it off.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, it was the battery's nuts.
Just use the phone for now.
I'm sorry, Councillors. I don't know what's happening today. I'm just been locked out of my laptop. Councillors, good morning.
We can hear and see you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, morning.
Morning, Speaker.
I was waiting for Councillor Quinana.
Send the corner speaker on body. Yeah, corner speaker.
Not yet.
Speak.
Yes, put your camera on, Councillor Matiwana.
Yeah,
Not yet, Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Naki. Councillor Naki.
Speaker.
No.
Speaker.
I can't see you here. Yeah, I can see you here. Councillor Naki. Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Opperman, I can hear you.
I'm here, thank you.
Can
I'm
you
in,
put
thank
your camera
Video.
on?
Do so.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Opperman. Councillor Skofana. Councillor Tengwa. Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker.
Yes.
Madam
Councillor Van
Speaker.
Aswegen. Yes, I can see you, dear. Councillor Van
Okay, thank you very
Aswegen.
much, Speaker.
Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace.
Good morning, I'm here. Hello,
Thank you, Councillor Ace. Yes,
Thank you.
morning, Councillor Ace. Councillor Van Aswegen.
Raadslid van Aswegen teenwoordig, voorzitter, goeiemôre.
Can you put your camera on? Councillor Wasserman.
Morning, Speaker. I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen. Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Weideman.
Yes, Speaker. Good morning. I'm here.
Morning, Councillor Weideman. Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, I'm still here, Speaker. Morning.
Councillor Wasserman. Wolmeran, sorry.
I'm here.
Wolmeran.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Councillor Wolmeran. Councillor Kraut.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Matiwana. I'm still waiting for Councillor Matiwana and Councillor Skosana. Councillor, I can see you, Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Skosana.
Looks like he's in quarantine, Speaker.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Speaker, we can hear you,
Hello?
but there's a very bad feedback from your microphone. It's squeaking.
Can you hear me can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you hear
that's
me?
better. Thanks, Speaker.
Yes, we can hear, Speaker.
Morning, Councillor. Yes, I'm back. I'm struggling with my laptop here. But can I just get an indication who's on time or of the directors?
Morning, Speaker. I'm here.
Morning,
acting
ma'am.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm here, CFO.
Thank you, CFO.
Mano, kan jy sok disconnect nie?
Morning, Speaker. Good morning. Oh, sorry. Can I talk? Morning, Speaker. Joel Mkungwana speaking here, Director Housing. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker. Eben Phillips, Director Community Services, present.
Thank you.
Morning, Speaker. Director Corporate Services present.
Thank you, Director. Good morning. Well.
Good morning, Speaker. Richard Meyer.
Thank you, Richard.
Morning, Speaker. Avita Jagesa.
Thank you, Avita.
Speaker, since morning is
Those are only people. Who else?
Morning, Speaker. Charles Scott, the manager, IPPMS.
Morning, Charles.
Speaker, I've just received a WhatsApp from, sorry, Speaker, I've just received a WhatsApp from the Director Planning who's indicated she's having difficulty with unmuting her mic, but she is present.
Okay.
Good morning, Speaker. Christopher Bezuidenhout, Manager Communications in IGR.
Morning, Speaker. Ray Barrel
I
here.
did put up my hand.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, Speaker. I am also present.
Okay. Here we go. Who else is there?
Morning, Speaker. Carl Matthias from Plate.
Morning, Carl.
Morning, Speaker. Ray Barrel here.
Good morning, Mr. Barrel.
Morning, Speaker. Richard Thorpe here.
Hi, morning.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning,
Good morning, everyone. is those all the people that's in the meeting. I can see Councillor Boyce is on. Her hand is up.
Good morning, Speaker. I finally could get my mic unmuted. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are all of the people that's supposed to be in this meeting, if I'm correct.
That's correct. That is correct, Speaker.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to this meeting this morning.
What is here?
Can we start? I think people just need to unmute their mics. Is all our mics unmuted? Can I get an indication if the interpreter is present?
Yes, Speaker. Can you hear me? Present, Bart Molana.
Good morning, Mr. Ngolwane. Councillors and officials, we are now on point number 1. Welcome to this meeting of today. Point number 2, we're going to have a short prayer from Reverend Fekane at this moment. So I would ask everyone to bow their heads so that we can have the Reverend just having a short prayer for us today. Reverend Fekane, over to you. Reverend? Mr. Ngolwane? Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, Speaker.
Yes,
Good
Reverend.
morning to everyone who is listening this morning.
Councillor Ngolwane, it's very, we can't hear. I think you need to come closer to your device.
Can you hear me now?
Very far. I don't know if everyone can hear. Can everyone hear? Just proceed, Reverend.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Can you pick me up now, Madam Speaker?
Yes, we can hear you, Reverend.
Thank you. Without wasting the time this morning, allow me to, greet you. I want to read just before I pray. I'm going to be very short, but this morning I am captured by the story that is written by one of the prophets, the old prophet in the Old Testament time, Prophet Jeremiah. And this morning I want to read from him as he writes for the people of God who are in exile. I'm going to read from verses number 11 in chapter 29. Jeremiah declares in verse number 29, chapter number 29, verses number 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. He continues in verse number 12 to say, then you will call on me and come and pray to me, and I will listen to you. In verse number 13, you will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart. The last verse, verse number 14, I will be found by you, declares the Lord. This morning as I pray, I want to draw your attention to what the Lord is saying, that he has plans for us. And the plans that he has for us, they are not evil. They are not for bad. And he makes a promise here that when we come to him and pray to him, he will listen to us. Not only listen to us, but he will make himself found by us. I was born and raised in an era where when things were not going right, the elders of the community will go up to the Mount Zion and to pray to the Lord, to seek guidance and a divine favor. And this particular season we are sitting with, where we are being hit by this pandemic, and which is at our shores as I am speaking to you, I think this is a proper moment, a proper season, a proper opportunity that we call upon the Lord. Isaiah tells us that the Lord, his ear is not dull to hear, nor is his hand too short to save us. I still trust that when we pray, he is listening and he is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we may think or ask. Let us pray. Father, this morning we humble ourselves before the throne of your grace. This morning we stand bold and declare that there is no God beside you. You alone, you are God. You alone, you are holy. You alone, you are faithful. This morning we come in the name of our Lord, your Son, and our Savior, Jesus the Christ. We pray this morning, God, in such a season as this, where this pandemic, this coronavirus has hit our shores, where it has infected and affected our families, our livelihood. This morning we pray unto you, for we have no other God to trust besides you. We cry unto you, as your word declares that when you are a faithful and honest God, you will hear and save us. We call upon you, God. We pray for a divine healing upon our land, upon our country. We pray for our leaders. We pray for our president, his cabinet. We pray for the mayor of this town. We pray for each and every mayoral councillor and committee. We pray this morning, Lord God Almighty, and we commit them unto you and the word of your grace. May your will be done now and forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. As I end, allow me to remind that when our dear brother, colleague, and friend, the late Councillor Molosi, went to be with the Lord, I want to remind you this morning that on that Tuesday morning of his memorial service, we stood as the community and we held God on his word, which is written in the book of Matthew, chapter number 18, from verses number 18 to 19, where he says, if 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, touch and agree and bind and loose anything on earth, it shall be done on heaven. And on his funeral, you will remember that the minister of police came bringing good news that the culprits were arrested. I am bringing this to your attention to say to you, if we touch and agree, God is faithful, God is kind, God is loyal, God keeps his word. And I want to encourage you that we hold him on his word and go to him in faith, knowing that he is able to answer our prayers. Even this situation, this pandemic, this coronavirus we are sitting with, there is nothing too hard for him. God will deal with it as long as we trust in him. Thank you so much. May the Lord continue to bless and keep you. May his grace abide upon you now until the day of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Mfekana, for that powerful message this morning. Councillors, we are now going to go to our agenda, and I want to propose a change in the order of the agenda. As you all know that there's a part 1 on the agenda, and there's a part 2, 3, and then it's a part 4. Part 4 is the new matters submitted by the acting municipal manager. Today I only want us to then deal with part 4, which is the main agenda, and then we have to then do a part 1, would be the approval of all the meetings that were held, the special council meetings that were held. If that is in order with you, councillors, can I have anyone that will accept that proposal?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second your proposal.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure that I've captured you correctly. Are you saying, Speaker, we're going to move to part 4, which is the items from the MM? And
yes,
then,
but before we move to part 4, Councillor Chokolo, we have to approve all the minutes of the special council meeting and the minutes of
Okay.
the meeting, the council meeting that was on the 30th of January.
Okay, and then we come back to part 1. We come back to part 1, Speaker, and I think part 1 is mostly the items that are coming from the Section 80s.
Yes, I was saying we're not going to do those items today that comes from Section 80 because the MM will come in here because the MM had a proposal. Maybe in future we will only then approve the resolution of the Section 80. You know, they have all the items as it is in here today.
Speak.
MM, if you want to come in there.
I raise my hand, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Crouch.
Thanks, Speaker. I think we are still under lockdown, and we agreed that we're only going to deal with urgent matters and compliance matters. So I second your proposal where we're just going to do the confirmation of the minutes, do part 4 of the agenda and the confirmation of this the in-committee special council meeting. So in that proposal, Madam Speaker, I just need to say that I agree on your proposal.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want clarity from Councillor Krauts. What has lockdown got to do with the items we're dealing with on the agenda? Surely we have a virtual meeting. We have all agreed that we're going to hold meetings in this format. Why can't we go on with the items that we have received and had time to deal with?
Can I answer, Madam Speaker? Speaker, can I answer?
Councillor Krauts, I just need the MM to come in. I will come back to you.
Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman.
Councillor Wolmerans, Speaker. You keep
sorry,
on.
I can't see, just can see. Yeah, now I see your hand. Now I see your hand. Thank you. Sorry.
See, I also just need clarity before you give to the MM. So then, are you proposing that we deal with the new matter submitted by the acting MM on the supplementary as well? That is item 13.20 and 13.21. I just need clarity. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Wolmerans, Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes, that's correct. Councillor.
I'm sorry, man. I'm pressing this raise hand icon. It hasn't been working.
Yes,
It doesn't work on my
hands now,
computer.
Councillor Wolmerans. Can you put your hand down? Thank you. Yes, Councillor Davis.
Okay, my hand one doesn't work. So, Speaker, I wanted to know when are we going to deal? There's an item. I'm sure you're aware of it, but we've received. We didn't have a WIPS forum, so we couldn't bring it up there. But we've received it related to the agenda. There was a complaint that was from the ratepayers, and I see I've got an email here. Speaking about the complaint that was submitted on the 21st. And requesting why it's not on this agenda today. If we can, after you've confirmed that, just give feedback on that, why this item wasn't submitted. I mean, I've read through the allegations. It's quite serious. So if you can just give us feedback on why it wasn't submitted on today's agenda after you've discussed the other stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Salase.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I think I seconded your proposal, Speaker, but sometimes I think this item is not be part of the agenda in the first place, but it's already here in front of us now. Now we are starting negotiating and take 1 hour to negotiating the order of the agenda. It's another wasting of time. To me, I think, Speaker, if you can start moving, and then where we go to the item you don't want to be part of the agenda today, we deal in that item in that time. Otherwise, for me, I think you start from the agenda and move it by item by item. Otherwise, we discuss these things for 2 hours. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. Councillors, can you put your hand down, Councillor Luzuko? Yes, Councillor Luzuko. Councillor Chokolo.
Yes, Speaker. No, I thought you were saying, Speaker, I should put my hand down.
Okay.
No.
Councillors, I don't want you to understand me wrongly. We are not saying we're not going to bring that Section 80 items back to the agenda in a meeting. But the MM was just proposing that instead of having all the items like this now that we need to go through, maybe in future we'll just have the resolutions to approve. So in our next meeting, we will have the items back again. Where's the meeting of the Mayoral Committee? MM, can you come in? Yes, Councillor Davis.
I see no problem. I agree with Councillor Salazi. I see no problem if we go through the items one by one and just get it over and done with and move through the agenda items. For next time, they can then, future council meetings apply that. But I don't think there's any harm in us going through the items. I'm sure that we'll be able to go through it as swiftly as we can and as diligently as we can. But yeah, that's all I just want to comment. And then if you can just answer that other question that I also asked you afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. MM? Councillor Zuko, with your hand is up, and Councillor Salase.
Yes. Thank you very much, Speaker. Can I come in?
Yes, Councillor Luzuko.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I think we agree that we do the items as we move. But Speaker, here now that we're dealing with the agenda as well, on the 19th of March, I submitted 3 motions on behalf of the DA on the 19th of March, and we had a meeting, and I asked you in that meeting, why are these motions not on the agenda?
Councillor Luzuko, can we stick on what we have now proposed on the agenda? And I think your chief whip will have to because there was a communication between myself and your chief whip. So I don't think I'm going to deal with that now.
Points of order, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I thank you, Mr. Lau. Councillor Chikolo, to finish what he's trying to say before you make a ruling. You haven't even heard what he's saying. Please give him an opportunity to speak.
But he's raised the issue that there was a communication between myself and the chief whip.
Speaker, can I just come in there? Can I just come in there? Speaker, if I can just come in there, it's impossible. Remember, we were supposed to have a WIPS forum this week, which you never had. So I received the email from you, and I had to give you the feedback that we've received from the caucus. So Councillor Chokolo is well within his rights to ask you the question that he's asking, because we never even had a WIPS forum to confirm whether what you sent to me was correct or whether we agree with it or not, and we never debated it. So I think in that sense, Councillor Chokolo is perfectly within his rights to do that. Thank you.
Speaker, can I come back?
Yes, Councillor Chokolo.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I was saying, Speaker, I submitted the motions on the 19th of March, and we had a council meeting, and in that council meeting, you made a commitment that the motions will serve in the next council meeting. And as we all know, Corona came, there was a lockdown. And after that, we've had meetings, we've also had briefings whereby the Speaker didn't give any indication of when will the motion serve. And the caucus requested the whip to write to you and ask Speaker, why are the motions? And I must tell you now, Speaker, the caucus is not satisfied with the reasons that you're giving of not having the motions. And the caucus also thinks that because of you are conflicted in the motions, the caucus also thinks that
your time. Are you checking your time, Councillor Luzuko?
Speaker, I thought you were allowing me to put my case to you.
No, I'm asking, are you just checking your time?
Speaker, you requested that. You see now you're eating my time, Speaker. So, Speaker, we're not satisfied by the answer that you gave. We don't understand them because there's a lot of issues. Speaker, for an example, the motion to elect a mayor, it's also a compliance item. The acting MM came to this council and she saw that as the first thing that she needs to deal with to bring an item, but that was blocked. So that is a compliance item, Speaker. Now, we're having this notion that also that when we've got an agreement in the
Speaker on a point of order, Speaker on a point of order.
Speaker
on a point of order.
Speaker.
Thanks, Speaker. I just now need to ask, Speaker, on what point of the agenda are we? Because this content of the debate that Councillor Lezuko is on now, I don't see it anywhere in the agenda.
Speaker,
where is it coming from?
Councillor Kraus, the point of order, please, that she's referring to. We don't know what point of order she raised on. Thank you, Speaker.
Rule 22 content of debate. I don't see that content in the agenda.
I think we are in the agenda.
Speaker, please can you rule content of the debate, Rule 22. I don't see that point being on the agenda. Last time I think we were still debating the order of the agenda. So I don't know where we are now. I'm totally confused here what Councillor Lezuko is busy with now.
This is exactly what we're talking about. It's the order of the agenda, Councillor Kraus. It's the order of the agenda. It's items that.
Maybe it's a problem to speak. IMM, can you intervene, please?
Speaker.
Councillors, the speaker seems to have lost connection again. Let me try and call her.
No, I'm here.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I'm just.
Speaker, just to close that one. Are you in?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Speaker, just to close that one. We would like these items to be on the agenda, Speaker. We were well within the rules, and I think that should be placed in the agenda. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker, my hand is still up.
I have given my reasons for not having the item on the agenda. It's now. It's also your right not to be pleased with my ruling of not having the issue on the agenda. Councillor Salas has your hand up, and then Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Salas.
Okay, thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman and then Councillor Matika.
Yes, Speaker, I think I think we get supported here when we are in the issue you are speaking, Speaker. We say that you must start with the agenda and move by item. Councillor David is supported that what we are saying. I think we agree. I don't know what is another debate. I think this what is big to lose when other motion and other issue. Maybe you can fit in somewhere in the agenda, but we must start the meeting, Speaker, because if you are not starting the meeting, you look like now we are sitting in the something we not understand. This is the agenda is in front of us. We are already agreed that we deal with item by item. Can you continue with the item by item, Speaker? What is the letter we write to you and other people answered? We are not part of those letters. Please, Speaker, let's continue with the business of the day.
Councillor Matika.
Speaker, I was first, I think.
Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Matika, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to draw your attention to Rule 4 of the Rules of Order. At point 2, it says that the Speaker may at any time during a meeting introduce an urgent matter. which does not appear on the agenda unless the council resolves otherwise. So, Speaker, you can introduce this matter. It is an urgent matter. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that when the motion was tabled for the removal of Councillor Wolmarans as the Speaker, it was permitted that council should vote on whether to introduce the item onto the agenda and where to put it on the agenda. So, Speaker, I think that in the light of that precedent that has been set in this council, you should at least allow us to vote on whether that item can be allowed onto this agenda today. Thank you.
Councillor Matika.
My hand is also up, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I think, Speaker, when you said that you want to make some changes, I think it was supported by more than 2 members, more than 2 councillors. They supported the issue of making some changes. And then I thought you were supposed to carry on with the agenda. Councillor Kraus made it clear that and said that we are only dealing with compliance matters for now. Let's deal with compliance matters. All other stuff on the agenda, we will deal with them. We will go to level 2. We'll go to level 1 where we can have a full council meeting. All of us will come to the council. Then we can deal with motions. Then we can deal with all other stuff. For now, let's strictly do all the compliance, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, my hand was up long time ago.
I can't see your hand, Councillor Kraus. Sorry, Councillor Kraus.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to agree with what Councillor Matika said. And then I just want to confirm that in this Chief Whip's meeting, we agree that motions will be served. We will deal with motions and stuff after the lockdown. Currently, and I want to make a correction, Councillor Teokolo, that it's not that there was a lockdown. There is a lockdown. We are on level 4 of the lockdown. On the 1st of June, we'll move to level 3 of the lockdown. It's not like we are out of the lockdown yet. Yet, Speaker, I just want to make sure that these councillors also understand that this district is a hotspot. We are a hotspot for the COVID-19. And then taking into the account the amount of infections just in our town. And yet now we want to argue about motions and stuff, which is, for me, we'll deal with. That is something we have to deal with. We're not saying we're not going to deal with it. We will deal with it after we are on a level where we can interact physically. At this stage, I want Councillor Lezuko to tell me, does he think that any elections virtually, will it be free and fair? Because from where I'm sitting, it won't be free and fair. People will have to be physically in venues. And I know only my status. I don't know everyone else's status. I'm not going to put myself at risk like this. So we need to think about the safety of ourselves and our families. And I think we can move now on this.
Councillor Kraus, thank you. Councillor Van Aswegen. Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, thank you very much. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor.
Good morning again, and good morning to all councillors and officials. Speaker, I think there are 2 issues that you need to explain to council. The one is the issue of the agenda. I heard that you're going to ask the MM or the acting MM to respond to that, but it also then means that you need to explain why certain items is not on the agenda. I want councillors to be quite honest with themselves. We should not be selective in our understanding what's meant by compliance. There is, in the Structures Act, number 55, 2, a vacancy in the office of the executive mayor or executive deputy mayor must be filled when necessary. This council is for more than a year now, or close to a year, without a mayor. That to me is a compliance issue. And I'm not going to ask that question to you. I'm going to ask that to the MM, because the MM submit a lot of issues. Some of them, to my knowledge, not even compliance issues on the agenda. So she needs to give answer why this is not on the agenda. Secondly, Chair, I also want to remind Councillor Kraus that yes, he might be correct when we talk about only compliance issues, but that was only applicable to special council meetings. This is an ordinary council meeting. And yes, Councillor Teokolo is correct and Councillor Davis is correct. At the last chief whips meeting, you were quite clear in saying that we will deal with these things at the ordinary council meeting. Now today, ma'am, it's an ordinary council meeting. So you need to explain to the other chief whips, because I didn't read or see the letter that you sent to Councillor Davies as the chief whip of the DA. I'm chief whip of Coop. I didn't get that letter. So it's imperative for you then to tell us what was your response to Councillor Davies on that issue. Because remember, I'm still sitting here knowing that you promised at the last chief whips meeting that those items will be discussed at the next council meeting. Thank you very much.
Speaker, sorry, Speaker. Speaker, I just need to also make it clear that we said after the lockdown. We mustn't forget, we mustn't be selective with words. We need to also remember what we said. We said after the lockdown. Currently, we are still in the lockdown.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Councillor Myers, I see your hand up.
Councillor Kraus.
Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand up. Yep. And Councillor Matika.
Must I talk?
Yes, Councillor Myers, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, I just wanted to comment on this issue of whether we can only deal with compliance issues or not. I'm not sure I've seen that anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, this is an ordinary council meeting that can consider all of the items on the agenda. I do not understand the distinction between compliance issues and others. I also want to raise an objection to what Councillor Van Aswegen was saying. He referred to Section 55(2) of the Structures Act, and I don't think he read it very carefully, because it says a vacancy in the office of the Executive Mayor or Executive Deputy Mayor must be filled, and this is very important, when necessary. I'm not sure that you can actually say it is now necessary after there not being a mayor for many, many months, 10 months or whatever it is. And the municipality has been ably led by a deputy mayor who has assumed all of the powers and functions of the mayor. So at this point in time, it would not be necessary. I tend to agree that the only items that can't be discussed are those items which would require secret ballots, because I do not believe, and I have not seen, although I know that this is not a view shared by everybody, but I have not seen the provisions that would satisfy me to enable such an election to take place. But other than that, there is no impediment to us discussing and having any item that is on the agenda, and I don't believe that looking at the agenda today, any of the items should be disqualified on any basis. Thank you.
Speaker, I'd like to say something.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Tokola, has your hand up, and then Councillor Matika.
Speaker Van Aswegen, please.
My hand was up as well.
And Councillor Weideman. Just let me get order here. Councillor Luzuko, Councillor Matika. Then I see Councillor Wasserman, your hand is still up, and I see Councillor Weideman and Councillor Van Aswegen. I thought you also wanted to say something.
Speaker, my hand is not working. I would also like to say something later. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davis. Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Myers has partly covered my response, Speaker. But I think it's very important that the whips understand this, that when you meet in that whips forum, it's not council resolutions. If you make agreements there, it's not council's resolutions. If you remember also, Councillor Myers had a problem with a structure called TMT, and everybody had a problem with it. So let's just be clear. If you're making agreements in that whips forum, those are not council's resolutions. Council still needs to consider those matters. Now, Speaker, I think there's this confusion as well of that there's a lockdown. When there's a lockdown, meetings can't continue. Councillors are essential services. Things that are supposed to be done by council must be done. That's why we're having virtual meetings. To go back to Councillor Myers' thing of not believing that we can have secret ballots on virtual meetings. I think George has elected a mayor successfully. They've done it. And I think there's other ways we can still do it online. It can be secret ballot. The experts can tell us that we can do that. So I think we need to explore these things. And I think everything that's supposed to be on the agenda today must be on the agenda. We must agree on that. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Matika, I think you were next.
Speaker? Hello? Speaker?
It's gone again.
Speaker?
Councillors, I think the speaker's lost connection. I'm going to try and call her quickly.
Sorry, I'm here. Councillor Matika.
Speaker,
Councillor Matika, yes.
Speaker, I think it was we make a resolution on the 27th of March that all other stuff we're gonna deal them after the lockdown. We're only gonna deal with all the stuff that are really in compliance, your finance and others. It was a resolution of the 27th of March. It's a council that took that decision. We all agree. We all agree. We can go to our records. We can say, Carl, they must check our records. It was 27th of March. Even councillor, there is no rush to elect a mayor or to elect a speaker or for any motion. There's no rush. There's not even a by-election date been set. If there is no by-election date been set, there's no rush for by-election. There's also no rush for us to elect or to go to motions. What's the rush for us to go to motion? Even the people of Ward 9, had not been having a councillor for more than 9 months. People of Ward 9, they don't have a councillor representative that is representing them. And no one is fighting about. I thought the DA was going to take maybe the IEC to court. Those people of Ward 9 are not represented. There's no voice for them. I thought we were going to fight for that. Not come here and fight and grandstand here, come and fight for motions. What motions? Why in crisis you are busy fighting for motions? Speaker, I suggest to make a ruling. We have supported, I think 2 or 3 people supported. If the Demakara Alliance has a problem with that, they must take you to court. Then we go and defend to court. If they have a problem, they must go to court. Then we'll defend in court. We cannot entertain emotions here now.
Councillor Matika, your
People of
language.
Ward 9 are struggling. They don't even have a council.
Councillor Matika.
The DA should be fighting for that. The DA should be fighting for the people of Ward 9 to have a council. They are quiet. They just want positions. Come and put motions for positions for themselves. People must not be selfish.
Thank you. Councillor Weideman. Councillor Weideman, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you, if I could perhaps just ask the MM a question. I would like to know whether there is any way that we can have an election that is free and fair over this method that we are on now.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Speaker, would you like me to answer?
Yes, Councillor. Yes, MM.
Okay. Speaker, as discussed with you, there are options. The one is for all the councillors to go to the municipal building and to put their ballot paper in a ballot box. Otherwise, there'd be a possibility of having, say, 4 or 5 councillors in different rooms and doing the voting through that method, or otherwise online, where each councillor could get a link sent to their phone and then they could vote by a secret ballot through that manner.
Speaker?
Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand up, and Councillor Kraut.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, 2 things. The MM has just confirmed that there are have a free and fair election. The second thing, Councillor, is that on 26th of March, lockdown was only going to be for 3 weeks. We will now probably be in some form of lockdown until the end of the year. You cannot possibly be arguing that we shouldn't elect a mayor until 2021. That is completely ridiculous and unacceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor van Aswegen.
Speaker, yes, I'm not going to respond to Councillor Myers. He's got a different view than me, so it's fine. I responded to what you promised the chief whips at our meeting, what is going to happen at the ordinary council meeting. The only way that you responded on what we agreed in that meeting was a letter or an email that you sent to the chief whip of the DA, which I didn't see. So that's my response in that regard. So I want to be quite clear on that issue, Chair. So unless you can respond for me and saying what you said to Councillor Laville Davis, the chief of the DA, I can then respond on that issue. Again, I want to re-emphasize, Councillor Myers got a different view on me, what is meant by necessary. Thank you.
Speaker, I think you acknowledge me, but Councillor Van Aswegen went before me.
Yes, Councillor Crown.
Speaker, I've heard what the MM said, but from where I'm standing, the words free and fair, I don't see that word free and fair happening. And I don't see any election happening without us getting ourselves exposed to the virus. I'm sorry, Speaker, but I don't agree on what the MMA said, because I don't believe it's going to be free and fair.
I don't know, there's a lot of hands up, Councillor Matika. I think your hand is just still up. You can put it down. Councillor Myers, is your hand up?
Yeah, I also
Yes,
asked to
it
say
is.
something, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Davis, I think you must come in because I can't see your hand.
Okay, my hand is still
Okay.
up. Huh?
Okay, Councillor Davis, yes, your hand is up now. Councillor Davis, I can see.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Van Aswegen covered me. Remember, the only reason why it was agreed that this item will be added onto the agenda of an ordinary meeting. But the challenge that we had, remember, was that it couldn't, and the MM explained that because of the challenge that we have with the technology, etc., and we, for the special vote, that was the challenge, that we can't do a special vote. That was the only issue on the table. And we accepted that until the fact that now the level has dropped. And since that initial level has dropped, we now, and the mayor, the electing of the mayor in George, and even what the MMS said now, there is now no problem with that. And I find what one of the councillors says, I think is Matika, I find it condescending to speak about people that are interested in making money, because if you recall, it was this one of the councillors, this one sitting here, I actually resigned from a position on the mayoral committee. So I just, Speaker, want to just clarify that this is not about money. It's not about anything. It's about the principle. And if we did not need a mayor, then we shouldn't have in 2016 elected a mayor. We could have just elected a deputy mayor and a speaker. And for the 5 terms, we could have continued. It is necessary, not because we don't need it now. It is necessary because that is what the legislation says, and that is how a competent council operates. So it is necessary to appoint a mayor. Whether we like it or not, a mayor must be appointed. And I can give you at least 10 specific things that the Act refers to that a mayor should do. That is the mayor's core role and responsibility. And so I will disagree with that, with some of the comments made earlier. And I would say that it is critical. It will not, the only thing that it can do is that it will be something good, it will be something better, and it can only enhance the governance of Knysna. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to comment on that. Thank you.
Councillor, before anyone else come in here, I just need now to respond to Councillor Van Aswegen. Councillor Van Aswegen, when we all agreed when I agreed with the whips about the meeting, the motions, we didn't know that we're going to have lockdown just for. We thought at the time it's going to be for 21 days, and after that we will all be back to normal. Unlucky that didn't happen that way. And as it stands now, I said in the letter that I've wrote, I don't think there's no safeguard of having a virtual meeting with people voting. And I think the only way for us all to be satisfied is when we can have an ordinary council meeting, that we are all in a council chamber, that we can all have our right to vote and see that it's free and fair. Right now, I don't know it's free and fair. You're all mentioning the issue of George. No one is saying what happened after the meeting, because I also know that there's stuff happening in George currently after that meeting now. And I'm not going to discuss it on this platform. So it was not like, as people are saying, a perfect free and fair election. That is my issue, Councillor Van Asbegen. And councillors, I need us to step off this issue. The item is not on the agenda. I've now given you my reasons. I don't think it will be free and fair. And I think the only time that we can have this meeting of tabling the motions, if we are all in a council chamber and we can all free and fairly do our vote in secret, because it's going to be it must be a secret ballot for everyone to get the right to vote. So I need us to step off this item. It's not on the agenda, so that we can go to the business of the day. Thank you. Councillor Zuka, I see your hand up, and I see Councillor Weideman and Councillor Salase.
No, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, I don't see the reason why are you ruling on this matter. This matter should be put to council. Council must decide on this one. There was also a legal opinion in the meeting of removing the speaker, whereby the matter was put to council, not the speaker ruling of whether this should be or not on the agenda. So, Speaker, if you really don't want the meeting to collapse, please put these items
do you want to collapse the meeting,
council, and let's vote on this matter and move forward.
Do you want to collapse the meeting?
No. I'm saying if you don't want the meeting to collapse, that's what you should do, Speaker.
No, you are asking, do you want to collapse the meeting?
Speaker, let's all abide by the rules. The rules are there, and we must follow the rules, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Councillor Weideman, I see your hand is up. I don't know why. Or if it's that old hand.
No,
and Councillor Salase.
It's not an old hand.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Thank you.
Mine's also not an old hand. Mine's a new hand.
Okay, Councillor Myers.
Can I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. The MMS told us that there is a way and there are means to do it. So what you're telling is that you do not believe what the MMS said. Are you taking her word to be a lie? Because she's told us that there is a way that we can actually go forward and do this, and that we should actually put this now to the council to vote whether we should put the motion in or not. And I believe that the MM has told it that this can be done and that we should go forward with this.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Look, I wasn't present for the WIPS meeting, and I accept what the MM's advice was. It is based on, her best interpretation of how to achieve a secret ballot. However, and I certainly wouldn't call into question whether she's right or not. However, I'm old-fashioned, and like you, I would wish to be present, see the ballot box, see the votes go in, see them come out, see them be counted. That is the only way I can assure myself of there being a secret ballot. There may very well be different interpretations, and the MM has one of those. But as I say, that is my view, and I would want to protect that precious right of mine to have a secret ballot in the tried and tested historic manner. I also just want to point out that Section 56(6) of the Structures Act is very clear. When there is no executive mayor, for a variety of reasons, including the office being vacant, the deputy executive mayor performs all of the functions and has all of the powers and statutory obligations that the executive mayor has. So it is untrue of Councillor Van Asbegen to say that there is a vacancy, and it is incorrect of Councillor Davis to maintain that these functions cannot be performed, or at least imply that that was the case. I do believe we must follow the rules, and I'm waiting to hear which rule it is that we must follow regarding voting on what can or can't be on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers.
Take a point of clarity there, please.
Okay. Councillor Van Aswegen will have a point of clarity. I see Councillor Davis' hand. I see Councillor
Hands is long time.
Salah's hand. I see Councillor, yes, Councillor Van Aswegen, and I see Councillor Wasserman.
Yeah, no, I just want to understand.
Councillor Weideman, can you just unmute the camera?
I don't want to misunderstand Councillor Myers here. I'll be the first person telling you that English is not my first language. But did he just say that there's no vacancy? I just want to understand correctly, because surely there is a vacancy. For him to say that Councillor Van Aswegen is saying there's a vacancy, there is not a vacancy, I don't think. That's why I said. I just want to understand what Councillor Myers said, what I've said.
Okay, just sorry, can I clarify quickly? I didn't mean
yes, Councillor Myers.
Please.
What I meant was that there is somebody in office performing all of the functions that a mayor performs and is exercising all of the powers in terms of section 56(6). So it is not necessary to fill that vacancy now because these functions are not being performed. They are. That's my only point.
Chair, so then I understand Councillor Myers correct. Of course, I need to understand correctly. He agreed there is a vacancy. The only thing that he and I disagree is about the nice word necessary. I've said I've got a different view on that specific word. As long as he and I agree, at this moment there's a vacancy
please,
in the
I think Councillor Myers and Councillor Van Aswegen can take this discussion offline. Please, because this is now a dialogue here. Please, Speaker. Can you carry on with your meeting?
Speaker, you allowed me. I want to get clarity because it's important. If Councillor, with all due respect to Councillor Crouch, if she doesn't understand that I need clarity on certain issues, it's her prerogative to add that view. You allow me to get clarity, and I got clarity. Thank you very much.
I've allowed you, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker?
Councillor Salase, and then Councillor Matika is your hand up. Councillor Zuko and Councillor Davis and Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Tsengwa.
Yes, Speaker. I think, Speaker, maybe you are going with the agenda when you are speaking, and the last, I think we are moving, but it's fine to give the people to discuss if it's an issue, you see. But to me, Speaker, when we are start debating the issue like this, I start worrying with my 4%. I start worrying because when it's always when we're speaking about we're trying to negotiate the spending, when the other side will say there's no money. I speak now and again this thing. We are still here taking 2 hours speaking with spending. Whatever we want a mayor and all that kind of stuff is the money for that. But no problem, Speaker, on that. What I speak as me as individual, I want to say, Speaker, if you want this issue of mayor must be put on place, call the meeting to the chamber so that we can go to the chamber and elect the mayor. Nobody who can say us we are in lockdown, we are in level 3, because even in Chief Whip, I already told that we are in level 4. There's nothing we can do. We must put the item here. So, Speaker, to me, please, if you feel that councillors want to put the mayor, it's the money. If it's the money, put us in council chamber so that we take this issue of the lockdown out, and then we are sorting this thing out one thing for all.
Councillor Yes. Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, for us to move forward, I would like to propose, Speaker, that the 3 motions serve in this meeting of today.
That is before you collapse the meeting.
That's my proposal, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Davis.
Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much, man. Speaker, I think we have really exhausted this matter. Speaker. Councillor Mayas have put it very clear, and I fully agree what you have just put on the table. You know, Speaker, I would really love you to give direction, and you must resolve on this issue. It can't be correct for us to be gunpoint that by Councillor Chokolo that if we don't want this council to collapse, those items which are not agenda must be put on the agenda. We can never allow that, Speaker. Speaker, the meeting was scheduled to start 9 o'clock. We haven't started with the main agenda. So if I'm correct now, the time is 10:20. We have debated this matter for an hour. Speaker, I would really appeal to you to do justice and make sure that we are proceeding with the agenda. You know, and I want to say once again, I'm not scared of the motion. I'm absolutely not scared of the motion. And I want to concur with Councillor Salaza. If you want this motion, we are talking about free and fair election. Call us into the chambers of this council. I won't be able to conduct any elections via virtual. So I want to appeal to you, Speaker, once again, to say let's step off of this matter. There is absolutely no point. If Councillor Salah Chokolo want to collapse the meeting, they can collapse the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I second Councillor Chokolo's proposal. But I actually also want to just tell you, just to remind you that that item on the ratepayers letter, I just need an answer on that one.
Answered that one, Councillor Davis.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Wasserman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I think what everyone is forgetting is that there isn't just one motion. There are 3. One of them, for instance, is to remove you, Speaker, because you are not impartial. And I think that this meeting has shown exactly that and why it is necessary to proceed with our motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Matika.
Speaker, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to say it again. The rules of order 6, if you read B and C, it states clearly, it gives you a ruling power. You can make a ruling on this, on any item on the agenda. So we are saying that, Speaker, make your ruling, what we're going to do, because we have 2 suggestions regarding this agenda. So I'm saying that make your ruling, Speaker. If the Democratic Alliance wants motions, it's fine, Speaker. In the next council meeting, you must call all of us. I have a big committee hall there in Concordia. Call all of us there and must invite the committee as well. That hall is big enough to accommodate all councillors with the social distance. We can just take our chairs and then we can go and vote there. Then we can go and debate those motions in an open for us to see each and I. Otherwise, we cannot vote here for those stuff. We vote here on the technology. Thank you.
Speaker, rule of order. I actually want to put a rule of order, please, man, or actually rise on that rule 18.
Councillor Matika. Councillor Matika.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker.
I need you to refrain from calling people Democratic Alliance.
DA, Democratic Alliance. I'm sorry, my English is very bad. Demo Alliance.
Councillor Davis.
No, that's fine, Speaker. I was going to mention that. It's fine. I was going to mention that issue that you withdraw it. Thank you.
Yeah, councillors, we need to move on to the agenda. I have already said what I've said in the letter to Councillor Davis, why I'm not having that item. And I'm still saying I will only have that item if we can have it in a council meeting so that everyone can cast their vote free and fair. And that is my ruling now. Councillor Zuko, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've made a proposal. There was a proposal, it was seconded, and we expect you to follow the rules.
Councillor Zuko, I've already made my ruling even before you made that proposal.
Speaker, you can't rule when there's a proposal. There's a proposal, Speaker. How you rule on what now? There's a proposal. You must have a proposal.
Councillor Zuko.
Speaker, no. Speaker, no. I won't allow this, Speaker. You can't treat us like this, Speaker. Speaker, you can't treat us like this.
Thank you, councillors. Can we move on to the agenda now?
No. Speaker, there was a proposal and it was seconded.
Councillors, can we move to on the agenda?
Yes, move.
We can move, Speaker. We can move.
Speaker, we can't move. Speaker, we can't
We
move.
have made a proposal on the.
Speaker, we are not going to move.
And are we going to deal with the order of the agenda? Can we now again go back to what I proposed? Can you come in?
Speaker, can we have a caucus, please?
Speaker?
Can you come in on the question of Councillor?
Speaker, I request a caucus.
Caucus, continue, Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker. Can you answer, Councillor? There was a question that came from Councillor Davis, I think.
Madam Speaker, can we have that answer after the caucus?
Madam Speaker, mute your call,
Madam Speaker.
Speaker, we can't continue, Speaker. I've requested that we have a caucus.
Councillor Zuko.
Speaker, I want to have a caucus.
I'm going to give you the
Madam
caucus.
Speaker.
Can you come in?
Thank you, Speaker. Regarding that letter, the Legal Services has discussed it with the Deputy Mayor, and a letter was sent to the complainant requesting more information. For example, the allegations are undated, they're unsigned. It's unclear who has submitted the allegations on behalf of the association. They're requesting a resolution, and references made to, it just says the secretary, and nobody knows who the secretary is. So more information has been requested. Once that letter is replied to, those allegations will serve.
The other one, the issue of the section 80 that items that's on the agenda. Can you just tell council how you think in future we be able to deal with them?
Okay, Speaker, as we discussed last night, we said that this agenda is extremely big and very difficult for councillors to manage and for officials. So what I proposed was that in future, the Section 80 reports simply have the resolution and not the item and all the annexures, because this agenda is something like 1,500 pages long. So going forward, I said to simplify those items to just have the resolutions of the Section 80s. But for today, as we discussed the minutes of the previous meetings and items 13.1 to 13.21, which are contained in Part 4 and the supplementary agenda.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker, I request a caucus.
Councillor Zuko.
Can we have a caucus, please?
How long do you want the caucus for?
10 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. Councillor Strubel, your hand is up.
Speaker, sorry, I'd just like to ask through you to Graham, why has the live stream been stopped? Because I've just received messages from people asking why the live streaming has stopped.
Madam Speaker, if I may respond, I am not aware that it's stopped. I will look and see. I have not stopped the stream. So I'll have a look now.
Okay. Then we're going for the 10 minutes caucus. The DA is going for the 10-minute caucus. Can we then now adjourn the meeting? And you must be back. You must be back, Councillor Luzuko. It's now 30:30.
Speaker,
you are not
be back at 22.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Thanks.
Speaker.
TM.
Okay. No, it's fine, Speaker. It's fine. It's fine. Fine.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, it's Graham here. Just to confirm, the live stream has not stopped working. It is still live.
Maybe people got network problems, Graham.
Madam Speaker, that would be each individual's network. It's live on the internet.
Yes. No, maybe it's just a network problem. Whoever contacted Councillor Strubel. Thank you. We are now going to adjourn for 10 minutes and we will come back at 22.
10 minutes.
Can everyone just mute their mics? Can everyone just mute their mic? Councillor Matika, mute your mic. Thank you. Are we back? Councillor Chokolo, are you back? Councillor Chokolo, are you back?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay. And I'm just I can't see anything on the screen. Councillor Davis doesn't seem to be back. Can Carl call them,
Okay, Speaker.
Because we agreed on 10 minutes. Nothing.
I will do so, Speaker. I will call them.
Okay.
No, if they want to collapse, they can collapse.
Speaker. Speaker.
I can hear you.
Speaker, I phoned, I called Councillor Davis, then Councillor Chikolo, then Councillor Weideman. Not one of them answered their phone.
Okay, so they're collapsing. You must go to the mic.
Speaker. Speaker.
I'm listening.
We will be there now. We conclude already. So we go coming back.
Councillor Strubel, your hand is up.
Speaker, we're back.
Speaker, I think that's an old end.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor
Speaker.
Womerang, yes,
Councillor
yes.
Womerang, we're back. We're back, Speaker.
Councillor Chokolo have asked for the caucus.
Hello.
Yes, I'm waiting, Councillor Chokolo.
Everyone's just coming back quickly, and then we give over to Councillor Chokolo.
Speaker, I'm back on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weideman. Can you just mute your... Okay. I was coming in there when I'm trying.
Into wayexhego indevu zangaka. Yile nto ulwa kangaka. Ixhego ibona indevu ezingaka.
I'm waiting.
Indevu ezingaka.
Everyone back, Speaker?
I don't know, I'm waiting for you. Are they all back? Everyone is back, we're waiting for you.
I'm trying to check if everyone's back, then I can report back. It looks like Speaker, it looks like most of us are back.
Councillor Zuko, I'm waiting. Yes, I think everyone is back.
Okay.
Let's wait
Speaker,
for the caucus.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We had our caucus, we deliberated, and out of the caucus, Speaker, we just want to request that the Speaker commits to put these items in, call a meeting to deal with these items. I think the general feeling of in the council, in the deliberations that we had in council, was that let's deal with these issues and get over it. So what the caucus wants, Speaker, is just to have a commitment from you to say we will have a special council meeting on this date and we will deal with these items. That's what the caucus is requesting now.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko. Are you done? Councillor Zuko, are you done? I'm losing you. Councillor David, do you want to come in? Councillor Davis?
Speaker?
I know I've lost Councillor Zuko.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker?
Councillor Matika, have your hand up.
Speaker?
Councillor Matika, I'm listening.
Oh.
What?
Can you hear me?
Speaker, I think we can hear you clearly. It seems Councillor Chokolo has lost signal. It would appear.
Yes, I can see that. Councillor Davis, can you come in maybe?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Councillor Chokolo? Councillor Davis?
Speaker, Councillor Davis has just sent a message to say that his connection has just gone. He's trying to come back into the meeting. But I think Speaker, Councillor Chokolo just made a proposal to you, and we would want your ruling on that.
That's what I'm trying to say. I've lost him.
Before he got lost, he asked that you confirm that you will call a special council meeting for the 3 motions to serve at.
Thank you, councillors. I can't make a commitment to have a meeting for the motions to be served at this present time. The only thing that I can commit in, if this maybe after 1st of June, there will be a relaxed of the lockdown so that we can meet in a council meeting. I don't know will that be happen. But my view is still, I think we need to meet in a council meeting where we can all have our votes free and fair. Because I don't think the system that we are using is that safe or perfect for us to do it. And I'm saying it again. I still of the view, if we have a ordinary council meeting and we can get into a council chamber or into a venue that we all be in one venue and cast our vote, and that is what I was saying in the first place. We're not saying we're not going to put the items on the agenda, but right now I can't see it happening free and fair.
Speaker, can I just have a follow-up question? Have you discussed with Graham, IT, or the MM, whether the online system, how it would work and whether it would in fact be confidential? Because if we had an online system that the MM referred to, it would mean that everyone is safe. So that wouldn't be an issue, and he would have to explain, Graham would have to explain how it would be confidential. Have you had that conversation with them yet?
No, I have not had that conversation with them yet. I will have that conversation with them, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. I would appreciate that, and if you could feed back to the whips on what was said in that conversation and whether it's confirmed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we go on to the back to the agenda, councillors?
Yes, Speaker. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry for this.
I've lost. Yes, Councillor Davis.
That item, I appreciate the MM's comments on that. I just wanted to see. I see that the email was dated the 25th. I was so worried. That's why you'll notice I kept asking about it, because it was dated on the 21st. And if you read the supporting documentation, it took a whole week since that time to request for information. So I just want to again reiterate that if we can have this item, because when I read it, it was quite a serious item. If we can have this item, please, man, as soon as possible, on the next meeting, but I just saw that it was already sent on the 21st of May. So I just want to ask that, Speaker, maybe we can get comments on that as well. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Crouch.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I think you has been to a Speakers Forum meeting, and I think if you can just indulge councillors on what happened and what the decisions was taken and why you based your opinion on why you're saying it's not going to be free and fair. Thanks, Speaker.
Item now. I'm not going to go back to that item. Councillor Davis, do you want the MM to answer? But I'm
Speaker.
I'm sure that the
Speaker, your audio.
The next meeting that we will be having, if all the information that were required is given to the MM. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad that Councillor Krautz raised that item, and I think maybe now is an opportune moment for the MM to clarify what the online system would be. We are all here and we can all listen, so I would request that the MM inform us now.
Wasserman, can I not interrupt you? You have asked that I must.
I'm asking you if the MM can please provide us with the information about the online system now.
Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Wasserman, I have agreed that I will speak to the MM and Graham on that option. I still saying that my view is that we need to be in a meeting in person so that we could all cast our votes. I will speak with the MM and Graham on the issue. Can we now go to the items on the agenda?
Speaker, no, I'm sorry, but your view is not really what counts here. It's about what is actually free and fair. So the MM is here and she can give us the information. So I do not understand why you would
Speaker, I think the DA is trying to delay this meeting. Speaker, I think the DA is trying to delay this meeting. Please, Speaker, can we move on with the agenda? The DA is trying to delay this meeting. Can we move on with the agenda?
I didn't give you the opportunity to speak. MM, can you answer Councillor Davis's question?
And my question too, please, Speaker.
Speaker, Legal Services discussed this with the DM and the DM sent the letter out yesterday. I have nothing further to add to that. Regarding the online voting, I have discussed that with Graham, and as we have mentioned to you, you can send a link to each of the councillors' cell phones and they could vote anonymously. So Graham can maybe give more of the ins and outs, but that was what Graham told me could be done, that they could vote via a link sent to each phone and it would be anonymous. I don't know,
Speaker?
Graham, do you want to add to that?
Thank you, DM.
Speaker, thank you very much, man. Once again, Speaker, you know, coming to this issue which was asked by Councillor Levale about this confidential matter, Speaker, I think as the MMF just explained that I received an advice from the legal department. But then if that's a feeling of the councillors, those who are raising this matter, they want really this thing to serve, whilst we are advised that that information is incomplete. I mean, they can decide if they want this matter to be on the agenda, you know, because Speaker, we are really moving on the circle here. This thing was addressed and it was MMF attend to it, it was answered. But then if it's the feeling of the councillors which are questioning it, I mean, the ball is in their court. If they want this thing to serve, you know, I will not stop them from getting the thing on the agenda, you know, but we were advised. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor DM. Councillor
Speaker.
Chokolo.
Speaker.
Chokolo.
Yes. Councillor Chokolo. Speaker,
no, I see
thank
Councillor
you.
Matika's hand.
Not me.
Councillor Chokolo.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, sorry, I don't know what happened to my connection there. I lost it. I really don't want to delay the meeting, Speaker, but I would have loved to hear what happened, what was the decision there. Because I think the general feeling of councillors is that we deal with this matter. Matika even suggested we go to his hall there. He's got a big hall. Why can't we do that? So let's do that, Speaker. I think and also, Speaker, I think you keep on emphasizing your view on this. We are all councillors here, Speaker. All of the views are counting. So let's not only emphasize on one view. There's a lot of views that has been put on the table, and let's look at those. Thanks.
I see.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika. I see Councillor.
Speaker. You see, Speaker, this self-elected chief whip of the DA must not come and waste our time here. They came with a proposal here. And said after the caucus, they came with a proposal here after the caucus.
Language.
Councillor Matika.
Sorry?
Your language.
What language?
I said
that this self-elected.
Councillor Matika.
I didn't call any name. Sorry? Okay, Speaker. Speaker, they came with a proposal saying that You must just give them assurance if it's gonna serve on the next special council meeting, which that is totally against, that will not agree. I'm sure also the rules will not agree. Any motions they want to serve on a special council meeting, they must sign a petition or a motion with a majority of council, which is 10 or 11. They must sign and say that on the next special meeting, we want this to serve. I'm saying to you, Speaker, make a ruling. Yeah, on the next ordinary meeting, then we can entertain this. At the next ordinary meeting, it will be after lockdown. And it will hear also that the rules of the lockdown has been relaxed maybe at that time. On the special council meeting, we're only going to serve the items that are here. We're not going to serve motion. If they want a special motion, they can even write a motion today. Even today, they can write a motion and majority sign and say that next week we want a special only to deal with the issues of money, then we can come, because that one is legal. That will be a legal one, a special. But now we have made the ruling, so I suggest we carry on with the ruling. You hear most the self-elected chief whip of the DA. He's made it clear that he's gonna collapse this meeting. That's what they want to do. They want to collapse. We want to start the agenda of the day. The agenda of the day, we want to adopt the budget of this municipality, not to collapse. I hope you hear that the chief whip of the DA, what he said. He said that we're gonna collapse this meeting.
Councillor Wasserman? No, Speaker, on a point of correction, I think I need to correct this.
Councillor Luzuko, I didn't give you Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Wasserman?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, what I've just heard is very concerning to me. When the MM came on, she said that she and Graham have had a discussion with you about how the online system would work, whereas you said that no such discussion has taken place. And I need to ask you if you misled council in that regard.
Councillor Wasserman, the MM came with options. I have not discussed this with Graham.
Well, if the MM had the discussion with you about how it would work, did you just mislead council in that regard?
Yes, Speaker.
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 Councillor Salase.
Yes, Speaker, man, I'm sorry, Speaker, for my hand. Sometimes maybe my computer is old sometimes, you see. But Speaker, I think, Speaker, you are already making the ruling in this. I'm saying to all councillors, this motion, we can serve in this motion. Anytime, anywhere. I don't know what this issue of this motion feels like. It's a problem of what, but it's only one thing.
Even now,
it's only one thing is a problem for us. We are in level 4. That is what we want. It's difficult to understand to vote in this technically and all that kind of stuff. I'm saying, Speaker, whatever you discuss with the MM and Graham, you must understand also sometime to us. If we are electing the issue of the mayor, we must make it to the council chamber so that we can vote there. You can make it tomorrow, you can make it next week, you can make it for another day. Put us to the chamber and put this box of Carl there, and then we do it. This is what we want, so that we know we sorted this issue out. But in this, sometimes I think maybe all councillors who are responsible, they issue the status of this municipality that has no money. But we look like that things is fall apart. There's no one care about these things, where the workers does not get even their increase, when the councillors not get their percentage. Today we start discussing the mayorship, another position needing the money also again. I'm worried on that, Speaker. Please, Speaker, now we are waiting for you so that you can tell us what is the council meeting on the chamber so that we can deal with these issues. We are waiting for you now. We are not waiting for anyone. We are not waiting. We are waiting for you. You tell us what is the day of calling in this meeting with the email and other things. For today, let's continue to us. You see, I don't think we can come up with the date because we don't know the regulation even offer for phase 3. Maybe to 3 we can allow to go to the chamber, but today we are wasting a time to speak with something we don't know. Please,
Thank you,
councillors,
Councillor
I beg
Lasse.
you speak. Thanks.
Councillor Wasserman, is your hand up or is it an old hand?
Old hand, Speaker, I'm taking it down.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, I have now, I've heard what you were saying. I will in due course come back to you on the issue. Can we now go back to our agenda of the meeting? The MMF clarified Councillor Davis on the issue of the item, and I'm sure it will serve on our next meeting that we will be having, even if it's a special council meeting, Councillor Davis. When the DMF receive all the documentation. Can we go to point number? Yes. Can we go to DM? I see your hand. The hand is up. It's the old hand.
No, Speaker, sorry, man. It's an old hand.
Okay. We now on point number 3. Councillor, firstly, did we agree on the order of the meeting? Because we are now going to do the ordinary meeting, that was the minutes of the meetings, and then we're going to go to part 4 of the agenda. And when we're having the other items of the section 80, we will then have another order of doing the items instead of having all the items as they are here today.
I second
Speaker,
your proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. We on 3.1,
yes,
councillors present. All councillors is present. I have not received anything from Councillor Skosana of the meeting. So I haven't had any apologies from him. We on 3.2, councillors was leave. There's no one was leave. And there's 3.3, no one was out leave. Point number 4, noting of
order. Is Councillor Skosana
Councillor Skosana's absent without leave.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Wasserman?
No, Speaker, that was exactly the point I want to raise. If he's not here and he doesn't have leave, then thank you very much for clarifying.
Yes. Point number 4, noting of the provision of Schedule 1, Code of Conduct for Councillors. Point number 5, disclosure of interest. Anyone got a that want to disclose on any items on the agenda?
Speaker, I want to disclose I have an interest on the item of Salga. Yeah, the item of Salga.
Speaker.
Can you be louder, Councillor Matika?
Speaker, I want to declare my interest on item 183 on the supplementary agenda.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matika.
Speaker, you see my
Yes,
hand?
Councillor. Yes.
Thank you. Speaker, I also want to disclose my interest on item 13.21 on the supplementary agenda, the Salga membership fees.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wolmarans.
And
I would also like to declare my interest on the item.
And also Councillor Salas, the Speaker.
And thank you, Councillor Salase.
Yes.
Anyone else? DM?
Councillor News.
Councillor Nezu? Anyone else? anyone else would want to declare interest on the item on the agenda?
Speaker.
Yes.
I just think we've got to be a bit wary about this disclosure of interest. It's in respect of a direct or indirect personal or private business interest that the council or any spouse or partner or business associate may have in the matter. And if you disclose such an interest, you must withdraw from the proceedings of the council when that matter is considered. So I hope that those councillors who are disclosing interest will withdraw at that time. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor van Asbegen.
Speaker, I wasn't saying that it's early, but I tend to agree with Councillor Myers. I was a bit concerned that the council raised it in that fashion, and that would basically question their status in that specific on that specific item when we deal with it. So I wasn't quite clear to understand what they are doing currently on this issue. But Councillor Myers is correct. If they declare their interest, normal procedure would be that they accuse themselves of discussing on that specific item. Thanks.
Chair, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Wolmerans.
Speaker, the reason I've disclosed my interest on that item is because I am a provincial executive member of SALGA, and I'm also the chairperson of the IGR working group. That is why I've declared my interest in that item.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
It will be very important for us to declare interest to all those who are attending SALGA working groups, because they were also receiving traveling allowance as well. So when we speak about SALGA, we are also affected as we also go into SALGA working groups. That's why we are declaring our interest on that item, so that people can know that, because we are part of SALGA working groups. So I'm declaring my interest based on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Yes, thank you. MM?
Yes, Speaker.
Do you like to give us direction on this one? Because I think that was the understanding of councillors.
Speaker, I think, if every councillor who's part of a working group is going to declare their interest, then I think virtually all councillors or most of the councillors are going to be ending up having to excuse themselves from the discussion of this item. I think what it goes about, as Councillor Myers indicated, it is a personal or business interest in that item. So I would think that councillors and perhaps legal services can correct me if I'm wrong. Those who attend working groups, I don't see that as being a disclosure of interest. However, if someone is perhaps on the provincial executive or the national executive, then I would think that would be prudent for that councillor to disclose interest. But perhaps if Melanie wants to add to anything.
Okay, Melanie.
Speaker, I am totally in agreement with the MM and Councillor Myers. It is not necessary for councillors who are just attending working groups, but yes, if they are serving on the executive, which is the decision-making body of SALGA, then they should declare.
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw my disclosure. Thank you. If it's not the case, I withdraw.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Wolmerans.
Yes, then I will not withdraw mine, seeing that I am on the Provincial Executive Committee of SALGA. So when it comes to that item, then you will just remind me that I need to excuse myself. Am I correct, MM?
Speaker, through you, that is correct, Councillor Wolmerans.
Okay, thank you, MM.
Speaker, also Councillor Salas withdraw my interest there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think we now understand it, MM. Then we'll always draw. Then only Councillor Wolmerans will be then part of not being part of the decision of that item. We on point number 6. Long-serving awards. And then we go to point number 7, introduction of newly appointed staff. And it's a corporate service. It was done in December 2019. MM?
Yes, Speaker.
There's 2 appointments that was done in December from corporate service, I think.
Speaker, I'll have to hand over to the Director of Corporate Services for that. That was before my time. Since my time, all posts are frozen, so I am not in a position to comment on any new posts. There haven't been any new appointments in my time. Perhaps the Director of Corporate would like to comment.
Director?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, there was an appointment made, that of a cleaner in corporate services in December, and there was the IDP PMS manager appointed in February, Mr. Charles Cordner. Those were the 2 employees that we had. Other than that, all other positions are frozen. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Do we agree?
Yes,
Do we
we
agree?
note. Don't agree, we
Yes,
note.
Thank you. Councillor Volmans, your hand is still up. Then we go to point number 8, confirmation and adoption of the minutes of the Municipal Council. 8.1, ordinary council meeting on the 30th of January. Do we approve the minutes of the ordinary council meeting starting on page 9?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker,
Yes,
I just
Councillor.
need to apologize. I just need to apologize. You can see that I have to press the unmute button every time because I don't have the handjie by ultimate ways. Speaker,
Okay.
but on a lighter note, Speaker, we're so somber starting this meeting. I still believe that Van Aswegen in alphabetical order on page 9 should be behind Councillor Ace. There's just a thing I want to raise. No, thanks. Cheers. I want to make the point that my hand is not working.
Okay. Can we have that correction of the order of councillors' names, Carl? Thank you for pointing that out, Councillor Van Aswegen. Then we go to page 27.
We will fix that, Speaker. We will amend.
Yes, thank you, Carl. Meeting held on the 30th of February.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
On page 30, I think Boyson is spelled incorrectly. It should be Boyce. On page 30.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Do we agree? Do you agree on that correction, and the recommendation is on page 32?
Speaker, I think there's also a correction on page 31. It was Councillor Volmeran stepped out at 14:45 and then she came back in at 14:32. And I know the DA are special people and we have many skills, but time travel is not one of them.
Yes, I can see that. Thank you, Councillor Volmeran. So the recommendation, do we agree on it? It was the 2 corrections that was made?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we go then to page 33? Meeting that was held on the 19th of February. And the recommendation is on page 37. Any corrections? Do we agree?
We agree.
Then we've got another meeting that was held on the 26th of February. And the recommendation is on page 47. Actually 48. Any corrections? You agree?
Speaker, on page 50,
yes,
you will see that under the
meeting of the 19th of March.
We're now, no, we've done the 19th of March. We're now on, we're on the 26th of February. Where are we now? 19th of March.
No, we haven't. We must approve the other, the one before, the 26th of February.
We passed. We can go with the 26th of February.
Okay, 19 March, page 49.
Okay, Speaker, now I have a correction on page 50 under the silent prayer. There is the text there reads, the Speaker allowed a minute for silent prayer and personal reflection. She furthermore requested a minute of silence for former Speaker Councillor R. Dawson. And then it says, are you not going to mention Councillor Wolmarans's address regarding Councillor Dawson? That must either be deleted or it must be correctly reflecting what Councillor Wolmarans said.
Okay. I think it must be deleted.
That's fine.
Can we just
No,
delete it? Maybe
no.
just stop.
Speaker,
Yeah.
no, I am not in agreement with it. I did render my condolences to Councillor Dawson, and I think the administration must rectify that in the minutes.
Now we're going to just delete the part that said, are you now not, that part that they're putting a question mark on.
No, Speaker.
Yes, but then they must correct it.
Councillor Wolmarans wants it to be reflected.
Yes, I'm saying then it must start from there. How can we fix the sentence that must come after I allowed Councillor Wolmarans?
Yes, Speaker, we will do so. We would indicate that Councillor Wolmarans gave a elaborate review of the role that Councillor Dawson played in the Knysna Municipal Council.
Okay, thank you. So we agree on the recommendation. Was that put into the minutes?
Agree.
Thank you, Councillor. Then we go to page 54, and that is our meeting now on the 26th of March.
Agreed.
Yes, and then we then go to page 65, and that is our meeting that was held on the 23rd of April, and the recommendation
Speaker.
is page 69. Councillor van Aswegen.
No, you didn't pick up my hand again. That's why again apologize. I don't have that hand signal. Just going back, and my apologies for that. On page 56, for my own clarity, we just approved that minutes. There's an item that deal number 5, disclosure of interest by councillors. Then it went just further as part of that specific item. The acting municipal manager mentioned that the national lockdown would start midnight Thursday 26. I was a bit confused whether that is part of item number 5 or whether that should be a separate thing. That's it. Wasn't quite clear. So just for clarity, is that correct?
On page 56.
Yes, ma'am. Page 56. You see there's an item,
Yes,
disclosure of
I see it.
interest by
Yes.
councillors. And then the first sentence there stated no councillor disclosed any interest, but then the second paragraph, as part of that item disclosure, it doesn't make sense to me. It couldn't be part of that. It should be something else. Unless it was discussed on a disclosure of
Convocation
interest.
by the MM, I don't know. Carl?
Yes, Speaker.
We on page 56, Councillor van Aswegen raised the issue on just below item number 5.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Director.
No, if I may propose, advise Speaker that should be treated as an announcement because it is the Councillor van Asviegen is correct. It's not under the disclosure of interest, but rather an announcement on a disaster that has been declared. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Director.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor van Asviegen.
Just for the correctness of the minutes there, is that a separate item then? If it's a separate item, then surely then all the other items should have then be changed. For example, and I just make it because there's a thing that also make reference to will propose chemical toilets to areas, that area in need of toilets. That is part, I assume, of the announcement. Can we then make that announcement be number 6 and every other item will then be, for example, new matters will be 7 and continue like that? Is that the intention? Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Director.
Yes,
Director.
Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. That would be in order. We would have to change that order and slot in announcement under that particular item so that the flow is correct in terms of the item numbering. As much as in your order of business, Speaker, there was no specific subject talking to announcements, but this was an impromptu announcement that was made in the meeting, and therefore we'll have to reflect as such. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councillor. So can we agree on the minutes with the correction made by Councillor van Asviegen? The proposals. Thank you. We're now on page 65.
Chair.
Councillor van Asviegen.
Chair, again, and my apologies, the last thing I want to do is delay this meeting, but I'm an Afrikaans speaking person, and normally when you interpret these things, Afrikaans is totally different. And I would like to be led by the English speaking councillors here, those linguists that definitely is much more better pronounced in English. Is there a difference between the following? And I'm now using, for example, reference to page 59, which I believe is correct, that council approves the tabling of the draft annual budget. That is fine. I totally agree with that. But just on, and ek wil nie Afrikaans begin praat, but just on page 16, G and I think it's I, F, yeah, my woord, we bril op sit, sorry. G and I, it stated there that the tabling of the service standards attached as annexure. Is that the same? Because if I translate in the Afrikaans, it's a total different thing. Is that correct? Is that the same as the one in B that council approves the tabling? Just a moment understanding. And I again apologize, Speaker, if dit 'n stupid vraag is, dan vra ek verskoning, maar vir my in Afrikaans is dit twee totaal different stories. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor van Asviegen. CFO. Councillor Wolmerans, I see your hand up.
Sorry, that's an old end. Sorry. My apologies, that's an old end.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe if I can help Councillor van Asviegen. It's the same in English. If you said that the tabling be approved or that you approve the tabling, it's the same thing.
Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. We are now on page 65, the meeting that was held on the 23rd of April, and the recommendations on page 69. Do we agree?
Yes.
We can agree.
Thank you. The next meeting is on page 70. The meeting that was held on the 14th of May.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
On page 74, it says, 74, it says at D, under implications of COVID, it says that due to the dire financial situation of council, no debt relief can be given to ratepayers. Now, I know that Councillor van Aswegen raised this and asked for the words due to the financial situation of council to be removed, and council agreed to remove that portion of that recommendation. And the recommendation that was approved is for D, that no debt relief can be given to ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. CFO.
Speaker, I can come in here. That's absolutely correct what Councillor Wasserman has said. So I'll ask Carl to please make those changes. That's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you, Do we go with the recommendation?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. We are now on the.
Chair,
Yes, Chair.
So I need to understand that D is now the due to no debt relief can be given to ratepayers. Full stop. I need to, what is councillor? I know what I've said, but I just want to make sure that it is minuted correct there. So can I just ask through you, Chair, Councillor Wasserman, just to repeat what she has requested you to do?
Thank you, Speaker. So it was agreed that we would say that no debt relief can be given to ratepayers, except for those applications approved by the ad hoc committee in terms of their delegations.
I think yes. I think the MMFF agreed on the that it must be minuted like that.
Then that's fine. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Then we got the execution list. That's on page 82. Can we go with that one? Is there any question? Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, there are a number of items that have no status of execution, that are just blank. That's my first problem I have with this. And then secondly, there are some matters that arose out of the minutes that we've approved. For example, there should have been a report on the leasing of municipal properties to staff at the next special council meeting. That didn't happen, I don't think. And then there should have, you said, Speaker, that there would be a workshop held on water meters, and I don't think that that has happened either. So, Speaker, on those matters then, the ones with no status and those matters arising, can we just have feedback, please?
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman, MM.
Speaker, yes, I'm not going to elaborate too much. I'll be speaking about this matter much later on in the meeting, but I have added this as a KPI for each director, because I have to say that it seems to have been a problem at this municipality that council resolutions are not executed and not carried out timeously. So you'll note in the SDBIP later on that there's actually a KPI for each director to that effect. But I don't know if each director would like to comment on those where there are blanks. I must be honest, the first time I saw the schedule was when it was in the agenda and distributed.
Thank you, MM.
Before the answer, and then you can answer my question also.
Speaker?
Councillor Kraut?
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I just now need to understand, are we doing the confirmation of the minutes and then go to new matters, or are we doing the full agenda? Because I don't know, is the execution list now part of it? If you can just give a little bit of clarity, please, Speaker.
Yes, we on the execution list. It's part of the agenda.
Okay, thanks, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor, yes, Councillor Nasvigat.
As indicated before, you give the directors or the MM chance to respond. I would just want to raise my concern also so that they can also respond to that. Then I don't have to raise it again. Chair, will you allow me to do that?
Yes, Councillor Nasvigat.
Yeah, yes, there's a lot of things here that require some serious explanation, and the MM said that she at a later stage want to remark on this. But surely, whenever we submit these for public information, we must make sure that the information is correct that we submit to the public. Just one example, I've raised it at the last council meeting, at the last meeting, on page 89 and 80 and 99. Sorry, 89 and 90. For example, I've asked them at their states, grant innate bursaries. How could that be a sundry under damage to council property? The same applies, for example, to the reconnection fee. How could that be under damage to council property? And then the one which is of more concern to me is the one that deals with the status of lease for the municipal property. Because B is very important. Whilst this review is being conducted, no further leases or extensions or permissions be given to the occupier may be given until such policy has been reviewed. That is a very important thing because we're dealing with the issue of leases for, as I could recall, every meeting for the last how many years. And look what is the status still of this thing. So can they get some clarity on that because that deals with the issue of staff. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Asbjørn.
Speaker, I think I've said what I want to say. These items date back some months prior to my arrival here. I have tried to get council resolutions executed. As I said, I would rather say what I want to say at the end of this meeting, please. If you will, I'm requesting now an opportunity to address this council at the end of this meeting, please. But if you can ask the directors about specific items now, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Van Asbjørn, what was your question again? My apologies.
No, it's fine. I'll wait rather than for the to give a response on those issues.
Okay. So we can actually move on this item now.
Yes, it's fine. I'm waiting for honor. Thanks.
Thank you, councillors.
Yes.
I still see Councillor Wasserman's hand up. And I see Councillor Wolmeran's hands up. Councillor Wolmerans, do you want to say?
My hand is gone.
Sorry, hold on, sorry, I've taken it down.
Thank you. TM, your hands up. Okay, thank you. Then we go to page 97. Report on meeting and function intended by the speaker. And the recommendation is on page 98.
Speaker.
Yes, can you go with that? Councillor
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I see my chief whip was the first one. Or was it?
Okay, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, colleague. Speaker, I just want to find out, man. You know, I'm involved I'm on the committee, the skills committee, and the municipality training committee, and I just want to find out which skill summits you attended. Was it the Salga specific summit, or was it the regional summit that was supposed to be held but was postponed?
Yes,
on
that
the
was
19th
that one,
and the
Councillor
20th.
Councillor Davis,
Okay,
sorry, that
so
was
if you
that
could-
one, but it was never omitted in my report.
Okay, I thought so. Thank you, Speaker. They just have to correct that.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to understand I see it's not in your report. I understand in March, there was a question raised by Councillor Wolmerans about Councillor Tengwa, and Councillor Tengwa requested that it be investigated. I don't see in the report, is there any action taken on that?
I'm now totally lost. What do you...
In March, Speaker, I think there was an item about a contractor that there was an allegation that
How does it relate to my report, Councillor Luzuko?
No, it reports, it relates to your report because you're supposed to update council according with your investigations. The investigations are in your office, isn't it? And your report says here, it's report on meetings, functions attended by the speaker.
Yeah.
Yes. And Speaker, that's what I want to understand. Are you not supposed to have that
attended a meeting and function workshop by the speaker? There's nothing that said that about the report that was in council. I haven't had anything in my office about that item.
No, what I understand, Speaker, there was a request made, a recorded one in council that the office of the speaker handle the investigation. That's what I'm talking about here.
I haven't
and
had.
We're supposed to hold you to account when you report to council. This is the time to ask those things now. That's why I'm asking how far is it? Has it started or what?
I have not received any new information on that on that allegation, Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker.
Can we? Yes, thank you. Can we go to the next item?
Okay.
Functions and workshop attended by the Deputy Mayor on page 99. Do we agree, councillors?
We agree, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Dave. Councillor Zuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. No, Speaker, it's just a comment for me. If you the DM's report, you see, that's why we need to really install a mayor. If you look at from the 7th of February, he had nothing for about 3 weeks up until the 20th of February. For someone who's running a town, not being active for about 2-3 weeks in a town like this, it's unbelievable.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Laster.
No, Speaker, man, no, Council is out of order.
Yes,
We can't lie to Council. If it is nothing, it's nothing. If it's nothing, it's nothing. You can't harass something if there's nothing. I think point of order, Speaker, in that one, please.
Speaker, for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, for 3 weeks.
I'm still waiting.
In 6 months, if there's nothing.
Speaker, please, Councillor Luzuko is out of order here.
The chief whip of the DA is out of order. It says he's saying from the 7th of February, but if you look here on the 11th of February, there was something. On the 12th of February, I don't know if he must buy new goggles or what. He's out of order. The chief whip of the DA is out of order. It's out of order. He says that from the 7th. But if you could look at the 7th on February, almost the whole day.
Yeah, Speaker, can I just comment on that, please? I've been listening now to Councillor Matika make condescending statements, not only towards the party. You know, in the Democratic Alliance, we work together. We know who will speak before every item. So we know who the whip is of the party. We know that Councillor Chokolo is the chairperson. We know that Councillor Wasserman is the leader of the caucus. So I don't know what the problem is. If you can ask Councillor Matika to please stop making these funny comments, because it's not appropriate for the meeting that we are in. We know exactly what we are saying, what we are doing, and we know before the time what everyone will say. So, Madam Speaker, if you can protect us on this issue, because if we must start to use derogatory terms and start to make nasty comments and silly comments, and then we all say, there's going to be a whole fight here, and we don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Noted.
I think that
Speaker.
Thank you, KTM.
Speaker, thank you very much, man. I think I need to assist this self-appointed chief whip of the DA.
And DM, we have passed that item now.
Oh, we've passed the item. I just want to comment on what Chokolo just said. Councillor Chokolo, in the office of the mayor, we are doing a lot of activities. We do not report on the internal activities within our town. We only
You must
report on
reflect
the
on
external.
your report. You must reflect on your report.
Chokolo, please, can you listen? Can we listen, Chokolo? Can we listen, Councillor Chokolo? I'm just begging you. You know, don't be excited, Chokolo. The motion will come. And I want to remind you, today we are in this mess because of your what you call. You know, I want to remind you today, you are making noise here. Helen Beck. So, Speaker, can I just finish?
I think we are off that item now. Can we go to item number 11.1?
No, Speaker. Are we on item 11.1 now, Speaker? Speaker? Are we on item 11.1?
Councillor Wasserman?
No, I just want clarity. Can I speak on item 11.1?
Yes.
Speaker,
Okay.
Speaker, please,
Okay,
can I have clarity on the order of the agenda? Please.
Speaker, carry on.
Speaker, can you just give me clarity on the order of the agenda?
Let me tell you what the order of the agenda is. Again, we now on report from the Speaker, point number 10.1. Point number 11, statement and communication by the Executive Mayor. 11.1, statement of the Executive Mayor. That was the part that we're going to deal with. And then we're going to part number 4 of the agenda. New matters submitted by the Acting Municipal Manager.
Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I go on?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you. So item 11.1 is the functions, meetings and workshops attended by the Deputy Executive Mayor. Now, the Deputy Mayor has just said that he doesn't report on all of the functions, meetings and workshops that he attends, that there are actually things that he does in terms of those categories that are not on this report. Can he just clarify what informs his decision as to what he reports on and what he doesn't?
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker.
Deputy Mayor.
Speaker, Councillor Kraut speaking now.
Yes.
Speaker, I don't know, but if you have a meeting where it is part of your duty as a nice councillor, and you have to attend a workshop in Eden or maybe a workshop in Bito, for instance. That is not part of your job as an executive mayor. That is part of your responsibility as a councillor, because you were maybe then elected on a certain committee. Do you now report it because you want to make things look good, have states there and everything look good, or do people actually want to see the truth? Because if the DM has to report everything he has done up until now before printing, I think we would have had at least 20 pages. So I don't see where this is going. I think this is an unnecessary question that has been asked.
Let's have the 20 pages. Let's have.
Speaker.
I think
Thank
we have
you.
answered.
Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you so much. I'm pleased that then we have clarity, and this is our oversight function, that between the 7th and the 28th of February, the Deputy Executive Mayor, acting in his capacity as acting mayor, only did one thing. Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Krauts.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Can we
move
then?
Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
I think they didn't. I'm sure they didn't capture the deputy mayor quite well. The deputy mayor said that he didn't report on internal meetings and internal engagements of the municipality. He only reported on meetings and outside engagements. On internal, he said that he didn't report on internal. Maybe that was an oversight. But if the councillors say that in the next council meeting he can report on internal meetings, then I don't think then he can report. But he said that he made it clear that only the report is only based on meetings that are outside the municipality or outside that are not internal. So there's a lot of internal. You cannot say, okay, I've met with Councillor Chokolo regarding ABCD. I've met with Councillor each and every for the whole day, at least 9. I've met with Redpair. I've met with this one. I've met with this one. Internal. Those are internal. So it's reporting on the staff that are not internal. But if we want that, maybe on the next council meeting, and he can report on it. But I don't think it has ever happened that any mayor report on all the internal.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor GM.
Speaker, thank you very much once again. I think Councillor Matika captured me quite well. Speaker, this is a trend from previous Mayor Eleanor Bowes-Spies. I mean, she never reported on her internal activities or work which she's doing internally. I mean, this was also, I mean, during the time of Councillor, the former Mayor Mark Willemse. I mean, I'm just following the trend. You know, Matika is quite right, Speaker. If councillors want me to report on each and everything which I'm attending internally, I'll do that with pleasure. Councillor Chokolo, I'll do that. Councillor Wasserman, I'll do that. We can even compile the report, the work which we're doing internally. That's not a problem. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, can we now go to part 4 of the agenda? Are we all together? We're going to point 13, matters submitted by the acting municipal manager. Councillor Wasserman, your hand is up. And Councillor Wolmerans.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, can you just allow us to get to part 4? Because we don't have, not all of us have got printed copies. So we just need to go to that part on our devices. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker, while we're waiting, can I ask you a question about the reports of the Garden Route District Municipality reporting? Or shall I save that?
Yes. No, Councillor Wasserman, we did not have those reports on here because we didn't receive any reports in the last meeting. You remember we said it must be a standard item on agenda, the reports for the Garden Route and report from SALGA working groups.
Yeah, I think it should be a standard item. If they don't report, then just say they didn't report. But I think it's very important that we get feedback from the Garden Route representatives.
Okay, then no, Councillor Wasserman, it will be a standing item on the agenda. So when there's no report, we'll just say no report.
Thank you.
And also SALGA.
Thanks. Thanks.
Everyone now open the item on the devices.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We're on 13.1. CO105 2020 2020-21 final amended review IDP, and it's on page 679, and there's also an additional annexure that was emailed.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, these items 13.1 through to 13.5, the information and the agenda items came through extremely late, and we didn't have time to read them all. So what I'd like to propose, Speaker, is that I realize they have to be tabled. So I propose that we note the tabling, but that we postpone the approval to a later date. We must approve them before we must come back to approve them before 7 days have passed, I understand. But Speaker, if we could agree that these items for approval be postponed to a special council meeting that happens within 7 days to allow councillors the opportunity to go through the voluminous material that we've all received and haven't had a chance to read.
Anyone else on that item?
Speaker, I support that. I support that.
Councillor Luzuko.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm covered.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Kraut.
Mine is this, so if we're not approving the IDP, which means that we can't approve the budget. I just think I need clarity on that one, CFO.
Speaker, if I can just clarify what my request is.
Yes.
Speaker, I think I can't ask the CFO for clarity on this one, Speaker.
Councillor, yes, CFO? And then it comes back to Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. If I understand, Councillor, kan jy wag, Councillor, as we begin, hulle het gesê CFO asseblief.
Nee, ek kan nie wag want jy's verkeerd nou. Ek kan nie wag nie.
Kan ek klaar praat?
Speaker, can I just make sure that the process being followed? And I'm speaking to the speaker now, not to you, sir.
Speaker, please.
Speaker, on clarity.
Councillor, as van Aswegen, the Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, normal procedure is that you ask the acting MM, and the acting MM will ask the director to respond. I'm a bit concerned. Otherwise, you can ask any person just to respond here. We are sitting in a council meeting. Protocol, you normally will ask the MM, and the MM, if she needs assistance, will then ask the directors. Thanks.
I think
Speaker, you will let me know if I should talk. I will sit down now. You allowed me to speak, and I did not hear any point of correction of any point of order that was raised. I was on the floor. So I was speaking given by you to speak, Speaker. So I will hear from you.
Okay, thank you, CFO. Can you continue?
Thank you, Speaker. If I hear Councillor Wasserman correctly, she's asking the items for the first one, which is the IDPF and the budget, all of them together be noted for now and not be approved, and be approved at a later date. Then coming to answer the question of Councillor Kraut, yes, it means all items needs to be approved together, Councillor Kraut. So if I got Councillor Wasserman, she can clarify me, is that all items, which is the budget, IDP and the SDF, all of them be noted for now and not be approved. So if that is the case, then all of them are not approved at the same time. But you cannot approve the IDP and approve. But if I got Councillor Wasserman correctly, is that all of them be noted for now, not be approved. She can clarify me. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. MM.
Thanks, Speaker. Yes, I just want to reiterate that these items need to be approved together. You cannot approve an IDP without a budget, because then the IDP can't be executed. By the same token, you can't approve a budget without an IDP. So the only thing is, the legislation says that the budget must be tabled 30 days before the start of the budget year to be considered for approval. So if you are noting it, I would like, for the sake of the minutes, that these items have been considered, but they are referred back for more time to get more information or to get more clarity, or whatever it is which the councillors would like. If I may also then just say that item 13.18 is the SDBIP, and the SDBIP is also linked to the IDP and the budget. And I would then request that that item also be referred back, because it would not make any sense to be approving an SDBIP when you don't yet have an IDP or budget. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, MM.
Speaker.
Councillor van Aswegen.
Speaker, thank you very much. I support the idea put forward of Councillor Wasserman, supported by Councillor, I think it's Davies. Chair, I want to make it quite clear. The acting municipal manager is the accountable officer. So she needs to take responsibility and advise council on the issue. And I understand that people want to get some people to respond. But I want to be quite clear in my mind that I can hold the AO responsible for whatever advice she's giving us or information that she will give us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen. Matthew, your hand is still up.
Sorry, it's an old hand. Apologize.
Councillor Salase.
Thank you, Speaker. Usekhona Mr. Ngokolo, Speaker.
Yes.
Okay, Speaker. Speaker, mna Speaker, and against nalo postpone we item, lo Speaker.
Speaker, I'm against the postponement of certain items, Speaker.
Because it resulta ekubeni basibe ne-paperwork eninzi elapha phambi kwethu ngoku ngale nto mani sipostpone qho.
It results in a backlog of a lot of paperwork by this continuous postponement.
Mna ndiyaqonda apha Speaker sizithathile iintsuku sixoxa le-IDP nebhajethi sizama ukorekisana sisenza na yonke into. Ngoku namhlanje nxa funeka sizopasisa hayi siyaphinda sithi mazibuyele back kwakhona.
We took a lot of time discussing and deliberating on these budgets and certain items. Now it is in front of us. We are referring it back again, so it will cause problems.
I think mna ingathi kum ngoku sizawubamba i-delivery ye-town ngale nto senzayo sawuba nee-meeting ezininzi esingathathi kuzo zigqibo. Bendicela mna siconsiderise sithathe izigqibo ngoku kwezi items lapha phambi kwethu. Enkosi Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. Councillor Matika, I see your hand is up.
This will delay service delivery. Suppose we take decisions on the items in front of us.
Speaker, Ngozi man, Speaker.
Councillor Matika, I see your hand is up.
Ngozi, Speaker. Speaker, man.
Thank you, Speaker.
You know, there's something that Councillor Salase is always saying on our council meetings. Councillor Salase is always saying that we waste our lots of time having workshops. When we come to council, we do the same. Which means there's no need of these workshops or these other meetings that are happening before council. I'm not saying that I support Councillor Salase on this one, but I'm just reminding councillors about what always Councillor Salase is saying.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Matika. Deputy Mayor?
Councillor Kraut, Speaker.
Councillor Kraut?
Thanks, Speaker. I would agree that, we did receive the most of the budget-related items late. But I also think that from our side, we need to consider the fact that these items is important. And then instead of saying 7 days from now, if we can then maybe make it that 5 days from now instead of 7 days from now, I'm just saying.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, 5 days would be fine. I mean, we just need time to read what we've been given. So just after what the acting MM said, I would propose the following and just ask the acting MM whether that would cover her. A, that the tabling of the, in this case, the 2020-2021 amended review IDP report for consideration be noted. And B, that the approval of the 2021 amended review IDP report be referred to a special council meeting to be held within 7 days to allow councillors time to read the information provided. So we are saying within 7 days, that can of course be 5 days, Councillor Krautz. But if the acting MM can just say whether that would be a legally correct resolution.
Okay.
MM?
Thanks, Speaker. Yes, that would be in order. It has to be within 7 days, so 5 days would be fine. But perhaps if you'll just allow me an opportunity to explain the challenges we have had, and I do realize that councillors did receive some of this information late. However, the budget process could not be a normal budget process because of COVID. The public participation process could not be as it normally would have been with discussions in each ward. We received queries and requests from the public asking for more time. They indicated they did not have sufficient time to engage with the stakeholders. We therefore decided to extend the date, and the closing date for public comments was the 22nd, being Friday. There were quite a few comments. Remember, the comments were IDP and budget and the SDF, and there were quite a few of them. We also, because of our precarious financial situation, have been engaging with Provincial Treasury, and some councillors will know that we had meetings, in fact, we had a workshop with the full council on Friday for many hours, and on Sunday, we actually had meetings first on our own with Provincial Treasury on Sunday morning, and on Sunday afternoon, we invited the whips of each of the parties. So Provincial Treasury also gave us their input. On Monday, the Budget Steering Committee had to consider the public comments that had only closed on Friday. So the timeline has been unusually short for reasons beyond our control. The volume of the documents has also made it very difficult to email because some councillors open the agendas on their phones, and that has made it a challenge because there's many megabytes and many hundreds of pages, which meant that hard copies had to be made. So these documents were emailed on Tuesday. However, I know Jill was still photostating the hard copies on Tuesday evening at 9 o'clock. So the hard copies went out yesterday, but the emailed copies were on Tuesday. But we have workshopped with the councillors on Friday. We have met with Provincial Treasury. I can just say from my side and also the CFO, we have put in many hours. We have also sat with directors until at times at 9 o'clock at night, had a huge challenge to try and get a cash-backed budget here, an absolutely huge challenge. Only on Saturday did we get an indication from the councillors what the tariff increases could be. So I'm not making excuses. I'm just explaining the process and how we have been pressed for time. And I can assure you that the CFO and myself and the directors have done everything possible to try and get a credible, balanced budget on the table. But if councillors do want more time, I respect that. If they could perhaps just indicate if they just in general want more time to look at the budget, or if there are specific issues of clarity so that it can be addressed so that in 5 days' time, the councillors are then better equipped to make an informed decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, so your hand is up, and Councillor Sala's hand. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Kraut, Speaker. Councillor Kraut.
Yes.
Speaker, we agree with the 5 days. The items did come late, so I on that one. But maybe if we can just have a correct date through you, Speaker, on when it will be next week.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Speaker, I just now also read here that 7 days, the Act does say 7 days, so if we can come back in 7 days. I agree with you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Councillor Wasserman, your hand is still up.
Yeah, it's a new hand. Thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to say to the acting MM that we really do understand the challenges and appreciate the hard work that has gone into producing this budget and having it before us today. So we just want time, especially to have a look at the HR policies and also to make sure that the changes that we agreed to in the workshops around the budget policies are reflected. So we just need time to read. It's not specific questions that we have at this stage. But thank you very much, Councillor Krauts, for agreeing. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I just need us now to work together here. We are on, that is point 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, and 13.5. Is that the items?
Speaker, it's
And I
also
think also 13.18, the SD BIPs.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. So we are now on 13 point.
Sorry,
Yes.
Speaker. I just want to get clarity from the acting MM whether we will need to take that resolution on each item for it to be legally compliant, or whether we can do the blanket approval for all of those items.
Yes, MM.
Thanks, Speaker. Yes, I would like a resolution for each item, please, just for the sake of the minutes and for compliance. It is something that the AG would look at, because normally budgets and IDPs are approved 30 days before the start of a new financial year. So it's important it is worded then specifically for each item, please.
Yeah, thank you, MM. Can Carl, have you captured the recommendation or the proposal?
Speaker, yes. Just to reconfirm, it is items 13.1 to 13.5. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 13.18, 13.18.
No, for 3.5 has been withdrawn. The zoning scheme.
Okay, so it's 13.1 to 13.14. 13.4.
13.5.
13.4 is the zoning scheme, 13.5 is the HR policies.
Yes.
But just to reiterate what the acting MM said, we have to go through and resolve on each one separately.
Speaker, I can just confirm that the zoning scheme was withdrawn. I'm not that concerned about the HR policies. That would not be a compliance issue specifically. That can come back. But specifically, the resolution pertaining to the IDP, the SDF, the budget, and the SD BIP, I'd appreciate that. Thanks. Although the SD BIP is for tabling, the mayor ultimately approves it, it's still important that we just minute the correct resolutions, please.
Thank you, MM. Carl?
Yes, Speaker. Then the A would be that whatever it is, the tabling of, for instance, the budget be noted, and B then that final consideration of, for instance, the budget be deferred to a meeting to be held within 7 days from the date of this meeting. Or should it be 5 days?
It is 7 days, sir. The excess 7 days.
Speaker, we can say 7 days, Carl. We can we might have it before 7 days, but let's stick to what the act is saying.
7 days it is.
Thank you, Carl. Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, so can I make the proposal for 13.1, the IDP, and then we can go with that, and then we'll move to 13.2. So can we deal with 13.1 now?
Yes.
Okay, super. So 13.1 would say A, that the tabling of the 2020-2021 amended review IDP report for consideration be noted. And then B would be that the approval of the 2020-2021 amended review IDP report be referred to a special council meeting to be held within 7 days to allow councillors time to read the information provided. Can we go with that?
Agreed.
Do we agree, councillors?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor van Aswegen.
No. Carl
Oh,
Matthias.
sorry, Carl.
Yes, ek.
Yeah. No, I don't like to be demoted. Be that as it may. As Councillor Wasserman now stated
Chair, can I get clarity on the demoted story, please?
all right, promoted. As Councillor Wasserman has now indicated, B reads that you must now approve it. I would prefer that the consideration for final approval be deferred.
Yes, agree, Carl.
Yes, thank you.
That was the proposal. Thank you, councillors. We are now then have to go to 13.6.
Sorry, Speaker, no, we have to do 13.2 now.
Okay, thank you.
TT, Mrs. is correct, man.
Are you going to give us the recommendation on that one?
Speaker, I think on 13.2, the recommendation on B is what Carl said on the other one.
So, Speaker, if I can help, A would be that the tabling of the annual budget for consideration be noted. And B would be that the consideration of approval of the annual budget be referred to a special council meeting to be held within 7 days to allow councillors time to read the information provided.
You still need information on this one.
No, we need to read the information provided. So B is that the consideration of approval of the annual budget be referred to a special council meeting to be held within 7 days to allow councillors time to read the information provided.
Okay, agreed. Agreed,
So that is Speaker.
Yes.
So that is agreed on 13.3, the adoption of the annual budget, because 2 is the SDF.
2 is the SDF. Thank you, Councillor van Aswegen.
Thank you. Can we go to 13.5?
No, Speaker, we must now go to 13.2.
Councillor Wasserman, we have just done 13.2.
No, as Councillor van Aswegen said, we've just done I went the wrong one. I went to the budget instead of the SDF. So 13.3 is the resolution about the budget. Unless
Yes,
Speaker, you'd like to go back to 13.2 and do the SDF, which we haven't done yet.
We've done the budget, we've done the IDP. Can we go to 13.2 then?
SDF, yes, please, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman, see your hands up.
Mooi, my meisies, mooi.
Okay, so the tabling of the draft spatial development framework for consideration be noted. And B is that the consideration of approval of the draft spatial development framework be referred to a special council meeting to be held within 7 days to allow councillors time to read the information provided.
Agreed, councillors?
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Stem saam.
Thank you. Then can we now go to 13.5? Adoption of the HR policies?
Yes.
Will that be then the recommendation that was done by Carl, or must we have a separate one,
Speaker, no, this one you can just, the councillors can just indicate be referred back for time for more consideration. It doesn't have to be that carefully worded. It's not a compliance issue as such for the date.
Thank you, And that can also go to the special council meeting.
Agreed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes.
13, yes, 13.18. The draft service delivery, the SDP BIP. Can we have the recommendation for that one?
Certainly, Speaker. Once again, A, that the tabling of the draft service delivery and budget implementation plan for consideration be noted, and B, that the consideration of approval of the draft service delivery and budget implementation plan be referred to a special council meeting to be held within 7 days to allow councillors time to read the information provided.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Have you got that, Carl?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Do you agree on those recommendations as put in?
Yes.
By. Thank you. Thank you. Then we go to 13.6. The report on the Municipal Planning Tribunal, and it's on page 686. Anyone?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
Just from my understanding, because there's a lot of duplication of information, so it's sometimes difficult to do some calculations. And you will find that you will see that there's information that's been duplicated, like for example, page 680, 690, and 700. The same documentation on my pages, but that is not a question. Probably it's a huge volume of information that was supposed to be printed, so people make mistakes. I accept that. My question is basically on the issue of the figures. You've got 5% refusal, and then say there's partial approvals. But when you look, for example, as I said earlier, on page 690, there's no partial approval. It's just refused. And I added it up, and the total refuse is in total 29. So 29 of 92, it's not 5%. So the point I want to make is that some of these could be then perceived as not correct, and I don't want to use the word misleading anymore. It's a dangerous word now. So in my calculations, the percentage of refusal should either be 34 or between 30 and 34%. That in itself, for me, Chair, it's a concern. And I've said that in more than one meeting, we need to stimulate the economy of this town. And if we're not serious about development, and it could be hampered, for example, by refusing applications for development, then I am concerned about that. We are quite aware of the current status of our economy, and we need every assistance. En soos ek altyd sê, ek wil graag hê mense moet vir my 1000 redes gee hoekom ons 'n ding moet goedkeur. Maar ek het altyd die gevoel, en I get the impression that you will find 1,000 reasons not to approve or to refuse, and you will only find one reason why you should approve it. So if I can just get some guidance in that regard on the issue of refusal and the difference between the partial approval and the refusal as on page 687 in comparison with the information on page 690. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor van Aswegen. MM.
Speaker.
Councillor Myers' hand is up. Councillor Matika's hand is up. Councillor Wasserman's hand is up. Councillor Krause's hand is up.
Can I go first?
Yes, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to clarify what the business of a planning tribunal is, because I fear that Councillor van Asbeken has a fundamental misunderstanding. If you could look at the tribunal decisions and what is approved and not approved, firstly, it must be appreciated that what the tribunal does is look at applicable law, rules and regulations, and determine whether the application before them complies with that. If it doesn't, in some cases they have discretion and in others they don't as to whether they can approve it or not. But all they are doing is applying the law and rules and regulations as set out. Now, if you look at most of the applications are not for development. And I think this is where Councillor van Asbeken has needs to focus. When there is temporary land use departures or other departures, this is not to do with building of new townships, or in terms of what would be impactful as far as economic development goes. These are very, very technical decisions that need people who have the technical skills, capacity, and knowledge to apply the necessary law, rules, and regulations to. So it is folly to look at percentages and issues like that, because it is meaningless in this context. So as long as the tribunal is doing what it is mandated to do in terms of the law, it is irrelevant how many they approve or not approve. They can approve 100% or refuse 100%. It doesn't mean that they're not doing their job properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor
Speaker,
Myers.
I would love to respond to that if it's possible.
Yes, Councillor van Asbeken.
Voorzitter, nee, miskien moet ek Afrikaans praat en dan met 'n interpreter vra om net vir my te vertaal. Miskien is my taal weer eens Raadslid Myers nie die taal wat jy verstaan nie. Ek vra verskoning, soos ek gesê het voorheen. My eerste taal is nie Engels nie. Twee sake wil ek net onder die aandag bring. As my interpretasie van die inligting fundamenteel totaal van die pad af is, dan is ek die eerste een om te sê, dan soek ek nie inligting voor my nie.
Speaker,
if my interpretation of the fundamental points are correct, then I do not want the information.
Can I stop you there, Councillor Wolmerans?
No, I just wanted to ask Councillor van Asbeken just to pause so that the interpreter can interpret for us, please. And not finish what you want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans.
Ek maak verskoning.
Okay, Councillor was saying that if the fundamental issues in front of him are not accepted, then he. Sorry, I just forgot. I was just disturbed. Sorry. Kan Councillor net weer sê wat hy gesê het wat ek was gesteer en wat gebeur het en ek was besig om te praat. Thanks. Kan Raadslid net terugkom dat ek nie kan aangaan.
Dit is deel van my frustrasie in die hele proses en ek dink een of ander tyd sal ons ernstige gesprekke het oor taal en die vertaling van sekere goed. Voorsitter, interpret my apologies. It's not you. It's the way people respond to what I've said. So it's not you. So I apologize to you. Speaker, let me rather try to respond in my tweede taal to Councillor Myers. If the information in front of us pertaining development is irrelevant, as he stated, these percentages, then I would question why it's in front of me. Because I therefore have to understand that this tribunal, there's applications, and I want to be quite clear. My understanding of development is not only applicable to township development. I'm talking about development as a whole. So if the information in front of me, with all respect to Councillor Myers, is I should then perceive as irrelevant, then I would love in future, Speaker, that this information is not put in front of council. Want hulle is irrelevant vir die raad om enige besluit te neem ten opsigte van wat voor hom is. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Councilman Asvision. Councilor Matika. Councilor Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I wanted to ask, man, on page 686. Page 686, there are two R's. It says refused, and then stroke approved. And then it says approved, then stroke refused. I'm a little bit, I don't know what does it say exactly. Is it approved or refused? Because it says refused, and then it says stroke approved. Then it says approved, stroke refused. So I'm totally lost on that. The other issue I wanted to check, Speaker, man, can we not change?
This is my concern.
Can we not change refuse and said at least not approved? I don't like that tone of refuse. At least if it's going to say that not approved. I just wanted to check on that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Matika. Councilor Ace.
Speaker, I think I was also acknowledged, Speaker. And I just on what Councillor Matika is saying, Speaker. And if you're saying not approved, can they actually give reasons why it is not approved? Because when we read here, it's not approved, it's refused. If maybe they can also include the reasoning for the not approval.
Thank you.
Speaker, as
Yes,
far
Councillor Ace.
as is concerned, I raised the point earlier that it didn't make sense that the Director of Planning was not on the Planning Tribunal any longer. The Ratepayers Association had asked for a postponement to allow them to address the council, but this was ignored. And also I wanted to know whether the tribunal was appointed for 5 years, 1 year, or only until the forthcoming elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ace. Is Councillor Ace and Councillor Kraus, can you put your hands down, and Councillor Matika, or you still want to follow up? Thank you, MM.
Speaker, the item before us is a report on the activities of the Planning Tribunal. It is not about the appointment of the Planning Tribunal members. So I'm not too sure where we are on the agenda now, but this is regarding the report of the Planning Tribunal. I would ask the Director Planning to please comment on the percentages and the graphs and how much percentage is refused and so forth.
Yeah, thank you, MM. Director Planning.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm going to, on Councillor Ace's question, which is at the back, I think that the MM has responded to that. Just in terms of firstly understanding the report, just to explain to the councillors, the annexures start on page 689, and those refer to previous reports. The table to consider is the table on page 686. This pertains to the questions that Councillor van Aswegen has asked. So the pie chart that's in the document, just for convenience sake, refers to the table that is on page 686 and those numbers there, where the narrative also Can I continue, Speaker? I heard a voice, so I wasn't sure.
Yes, Director, you can continue.
Thank you. Where the narrative also explains just prior to the pie chart in words that the total of 86 applications were finalized, 55 were approved, 27 were refused, and 4 were partially approved. So I just want to explain for the councillors so that they understand what it means by partially approved, and those would be those items where it says refused stroke approved. Most of the applications have more than one activity that is being requested for decision making. So for example, there might be that they want to rezone and they want a departure on those zoning parameters. So while the part that may be approved could be that the rezoning is agreed with, but due to the objections received, the departures cannot be allowed. That is where we have where it's approved and refused, and which is indicated as partial approvals, because not the entire application was approved. There might be some small part of the application that could not be approved under the circumstances. So just for Councillor van Aswegen's clarity, the number of refusals is actually 31% as indicated in the chart, and not 5%. The 5% only refers to those that were partially approved. In terms of the wording, I will request that in the future I will explain then to the planners and to the decision makers that instead of using the word refused, that the word not approved be utilized. Historically in the council, the word refusal has been an accepted word when the decisions were still made under Lupo, but that is something small that certainly we can change the wording to be something different to indicate when things are not approved. So in terms of the number of decisions and Councillor van Aswegen's questions around what that implies, it needs to be borne in mind that the items that go to the tribunal are all, if I can use the word opposed, where there are people in the public and commenters, etc., who say that this must not be granted, while the applicant is requesting that it is granted. So when those percentages are considered, 64% of the instances indicate that decisions were made despite the fact that there were people in the public who said that they do not agree or do not want the developments or whatever is being applied for. 31% of the instances would be instances then when the arguments presented by those people who did comment that they do not agree with the application that is brought, where those where what they submitted had such a weighting that it influenced, and when, as Councillor Myers had explained, when one applies the principles of decision making, where it was not possible to make those decisions in favor of the application. So it does not necessarily, if we say that in 100% of the instances there must be approvals, it would almost negate the opinion of people who are given the opportunity to participate and present their opposing view. In this instance, 64% of the averages is that about in 2/3 of the instances, there is one, when one applies the planning decision-making principles, that those views are potentially dismissed, but that in 1/3 of the instances that those views are, that they weigh heavy enough to have an impact on the decision not going in favor of the application.
Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Director. Councillor van Aswegen.
Speaker, thanks very much. Baie dankie dat die direkteur nou baie duidelik gesê het dat dit gaan oor development.
Thank you that the director has made it very clear that it's about development.
En my argument is baie duidelik. As 'n development nie plaasvind nie, beteken dat daar nie ontwikkeling gaan plaasvind nie en dat daar dus nie, kom ons maak dit 'n simpele voorbeeld.
Just to make a simple example,
gebou gaan word nie, of dat daar dalk een of ander kompleks ontwikkel gaan word nie. Die blote feit dat sodanige kompleks nie ontwikkel word nie, sê vir my dat daar nie werksgeleenthede geskep gaan word as gevolg van die afkeer daarvan.
If there is no development that's going to happen, then it means therefore that there is no work opportunities that are going to be created.
Ek het nie geargumenteer dat die afkering daarvan onwettig of verkeerd is.
I am not arguing that the disapproval thereof was wrong.
Hulle het wetgewing gebruik om daai besluit te neem om sodanige aansoek af te keer. Ek aanvaar dit.
They use
Maar
law
ons moet ook
to
aanvaar
disprove.
dat die,
I do accept that. But we must also accept on the same line.
maar ons moet ook aanvaar, voorsitter. Die oomblik jy 'n ontwikkeling afkeer met
Chair, we
reëls
must
en
also
regulasies, met wetgewing, dat die geleentheid om werk te skep daarmee ook afgekeer word. Dat is die prinsip waarna ek na die goed kyk. Thanks.
We must also accept the fact that when you are disproving most of these developments, you are also stifling the opportunities of work opportunities that could have been created. That is my point, Chairperson. Thank you.
Speaker. Thank you. Councillor van Asbegen. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't want to dwell too much on this point because I think Councillor van Asbegen has a fundamental misunderstanding of what planning law is all about and why it is there. But the next time there's an application for an
And you are the only
abattoir
one that
next to
knows
his
it.
house-
That's the unfortunate thing.
Okay. The next time there's an application for an abattoir next to his house, I hope it gets approved.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Can we go to the
Speaker. Sorry,
Yes, Councillor
a quick thing. I heard what Councillor Matika said about the refusal versus not approval, and it seems like the Director of Planning has taken that up. But I just want to point out that there are three things that the tribunal can possibly do. The one is to accept, the one is to refuse, and the other is to not make a decision, which is to not approve and not refuse. So I think there is a difference between not approving and refusing. The tribunal actually must be able to refuse something that has a consequence in law and is different from not approving. Thank you.
Councillor Wasserman, Councillor van Asbegen.
Nee, ek neem eksepsie wat Raadslid Meyer daar sê, maar ek wil ook vir hom noem. Ek is nie so gelukkig soos hy om leë erwe langs my huis te hê nie. So daar stel nie by my 'n abattoir of 'n slap wat dinges kom nie. So ek is nie so gelukkig. Hy's 'n baie gelukkige man. Hy het 'n groot erf.
I'm not accepting what Councillor Mai is saying because I do not have a vacant piece of land next to my place that can put up an abattoir. So he's got a lot of vacant pieces of land whereby abattoir can just go up at any time of the day.
Thank you, Councillor van Asbegen. Councillor.
Thank you.
Oh, now it's starting. Councillor Meyer, I see your hand is still up.
Yeah, no, I think I'll just buy the property next door to Councillor Van Asbegen and apply for an abattoir.
Ongelukkig sal mense sonder huis wees as hy dit doen.
Unfortunately, then my neighbors will be without a house if he does that.
Can you go with the if all your answers are your questions are answered? Can you go with the recommendation on page 687?
Yes.
Someone is not muting. What's happening? Who's that? Thank you, councillors. Then we on page number 13.7. That's on 702. Councillors? Can we Councillor your mic?
Chief Whip ANC, please.
Councillor Matika? The item is in 702.
Is protecting himself and the
Councillor Kraus, please.
Councillor Kraus?
Speaker.
Councillors, are we all in the item?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes. Said that the item be noted on page 704.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. The next item is on 728. The changes in ward committee. Are we all in the item?
Speaker.
Yes.
I would like to ask a question, Speaker.
Yeah, ngicela ukubuza kule item and i-ward 4 ana-ward committees, so if the changes of ward committee, so ithini into yase-ward 4?
Speaker, Ward 4 has got no ward committees, and I'm hearing the changes of the ward committees. So what about the situation or the condition of Ward 4? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kwinana. I can answer you. We are still in the process of doing the Ward 4 composition of the ward committee. I'm sure just after we have the lockdown to engage with those communities, we will be able to have that the ward committee established. We were far was into the process to establish the ward committee.
Speaker?
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Kwinana.
Speaker? Speaker?
Yes, I can. Councillor Matika.
Yes, it's Matika.
Yes.
Just want to check, Speaker, man, is it correct for Ward 5, for the person of Ward 5 for Annexure F to resign and to nominate someone? Is that the correct procedure? If someone is resigning and to recommend someone else to be part of the ward committee, is that the correct procedure, Speaker? Just want to check, because I don't believe it's a correct procedure to resign and to recommend. You are not the person who must recommend or to nominate. If it's an area, if you are representing an area, then that area must be the one who's recommending. Or if you are representing a sector, that sector must be the one who's recommending, not yourself resign and recommend. Can I get an advice on that?
Councillor Matika. Anyone else on the item before I give to the MM? Anyone else on the item? Okay, thank you, MM.
Speaker, I'm going to hand this over to the Director Corporate.
Okay, thank you, MM. The Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of nominations, I think it's clearly articulated in the constitution of the ward committees as to how we conduct the nominations in as far as replacements of the ward committee members that have resigned or that have ceased to be executive members in the ward committee. So if they belong to a certain sector, then that sector would nominate a person who should be representing it in the ward committee, and then that is accepted. So, Chairperson, yes, Councillor Matika is correct to say that that specific sector from which the person belonged should actually nominate a replacement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Director. Councillor Matika.
Thank you,
Yes.
Speaker. Then which will means that Ward 9 committee and Ward 5, they must not be on the agenda, or must not be here on the agenda, because also on Ward 9, the Ward committee is the one that nominated someone while he was nominated, while the person was nominated by the area or by the sector. So which means Ward 9, Ward committee, we must not agree, and Ward 5 must refer them back.
Councillor Matika. Anyone else on the item? Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Councillor Trokolo.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. No. I just wanted to say on this one. Look, for an example, in the case of Ward 5, what if like Matika is complaining, what if the person who resigned belonged to that sector? Then it means that person has got a right to nominate that person because that person belongs to that sector. So it's very clear. So I don't have a problem with that. I think we should just go with the recommendation, Speaker. Thanks.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. According to the item in the reports, they were not representing sectors. They were representing the areas, and a specific one was I think it's somewhere on Ward 5 that said farm areas and.
But that's what I'm saying, Speaker. If that person who nominates belongs to that area, then it's fine. It's like area sector. It's almost the same thing.
Speaker, I don't think it's the same thing.
We are going according to what the constitution of the ward committee is saying. How do we nominate people? Can the director assist us here so that we can make a decision on the recommendation?
I'm getting to that, Speaker. Just give me a few moments. I'm just retrieving the constitution so that we can be correct and ascertain whether the person who nominated is really in that particular sector. Can you please give me a few minutes?
Speaker.
Councillor Strubel.
Hi, Speaker. Thank you very much. Speaker, I was also.
Councillor Strubel, before you start,
okay.
They can just go to page 744. Councillor Strubel, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. I was very surprised when I saw that John Wolf has resigned. However, when I read and when I saw this item and see who he actually proposed or recommended to be his replacement, I was quite happy because just to what Councillor Chokolo now has referred to is that. According to my knowledge, that would be the ideal person to actually representing the Bibizoek, the Goutveld and the Brahmakraal. Because in that areas, it's forestry areas, and I don't see, from what I know, is that I don't see anyone else who would ultimately be interested to be on the ward committee. And even with previous engagement, it was this specific lady who actually came to meetings or who showed interest that she would love to represent that community. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, I'm not speaking about the person. I don't even know the person. I'm speaking about the procedure. I'm saying that the procedure is wrong because this person in his two line of letter, he says, I resign and I'm proposing someone else, this person, Councillor Ngezu, to be ward councillor of Ward 8. That's not a procedure. If it's from Purpose Hook, public participation must do its work, go to Purpose Hook, call a meeting or whatever, they must go there. They must have a letter from Purpose Hook that we are from Purpose Hook. We are nominating Councillor Ngezu, and here are the signatures. That's come from Purpose Hook. It's from a sector, a letter with a letterhead of a sector. That sector must say that we as a sector, even if that person is secretary, it must be a letterhead from a sector that says that as a sector, not I, as a sector, we nominate, we are replacing Councillor Ngezu. We are putting Councillor Matiwane to be ward councillor of Ward 4. From a sector. That's what I'm saying. We're not targeting. It's nothing wrong if that person wants to be there or the councillor is saying that person is the correct one. I'm just saying that the procedures are wrong. Those two must be referred back. Those two, Ward 9 and Ward 5, they must be referred back to the next meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Zuko, I see your hand is still up. Councillor Chokolo, I see your hand is still up. Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Speaker.
Speaker, Ode.
I just wanted to ask Councillor Myers, because he was the chairperson of that Ward 9 Ward Committee meeting, if that nomination came from the meeting itself or if that nomination had come from the establishment meeting where Ms. Fenia Solomon was a secondee. So just to get clarity from him where that proposed nomination for Ward 9 came from, and then we can determine whether it was in fact in accordance with the Ward Committee constitution.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Director, are you back? Director? Okay, Councillor Strubel, is your hand still up or is it an old hand?
Sorry, Speaker, old hand.
Okay. I don't know, I think we've lost the director here. Director?
Okay, sorry, Speaker, I was talking to myself. I didn't unmute.
Okay.
No, I've just confirmed, Madam Speaker, that this nomination of a person, this person who has resigned, the ward committee member that has resigned, is coming from an area. And in terms of the process that they follow, when they do the public participation on the nominations of members to be on the ward committee, it is allowed that the person who's resigning can recommend a name, and it is up to council to accept or reject it. If council rejects it, then it should to go through the process of the public participation and actually having the nomination process that is normally followed when the people are coming from the sector. So that is the process, Madam Speaker, that we are following now. It is up to council to accept the nomination made by the person who resigned or reject it, then say go back and get nominations from that particular area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
See any more hands, but I just wanted to confirm with you, Director, because I think we have. Sorry, this thing's unmuting it. I just want to correct something with you, Director, because we had similar items in council before, where we insisted that people's letters be attached and the minutes of the meeting where the decision was taken. So I just want us now to clarify: are we saying that this? Let's make it clear here. Mr. Ulf have resigned. He was nominated by a area in Ward 5. So now he has now nominated or proposed to council the name of this other lady, without following the process of that area nominating a person. It could have been the same person. I just want us now to be clear, is that what you are saying to council?
The National Council of Provinces has asked the Office of the Public Protector to investigate allegations of
yes, Councillor Wasserman, someone is not muting their mics.
Yeah, Speaker, Speaker, this is your reports to council. So I think if you are not sure about what it is that you're recommending and whether it is in accordance with the ward committee constitution, you should take this report back and fix it and bring it to council when you are happy with what you're saying to us.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. I was just going to wait for the director, because I want to make a proposal on the. I don't know if it's just mine.
Please ask that person to mute.
First laid a complaint in 2013
Councillor Matika, speaker, if you can mute his microphone.
Ons luister lekker man.
And also Councillor Krauts. And Councillor Krauts, I think.
An allegation disputed by the
Councillor Matika.
Jo.
Titi, los het op.
Thank you, councillors. I think I don't want us to get ourselves in trouble here, because we have agreed at some point in council how the process of nominating people onto the ward committee must go. I think we also don't want to now punish Ward 11, because I think their process was correct in Ward 11, and then the process of there was another one. Also, I think it was also in Ward 5. I think it's just Ward 9. We need to take Ward 9 and Ward 5 out of the.
Speaker, what happened to you?
This thing I'm unmute itself. I don't know what's happening.
We go to recommendation and then we delete recommendation B. We delete C, and then we delete E, and then we delete F, and then we delete H.
Thank you, Councillor Matika, and the other ones will go back and they can bring the other item back to council. Do we agree, councillors? Councillor Wassam, I see your hand is still up.
We agree with Councillor Matika.
Councillor Van Aswegen.
Chair, seems to me that people listen to something else and then Jan chip in again. En ek is baie teleurgestel in jou man, ek het baie lekker geluister na daai kinderstorie. But in a more serious note, Speaker, just for clarity on page 734, and probably this should be corrected, otherwise that information that you have in front of you on the demarcation of the ward is wrong. On page 734, Harker Street cannot be part of Ward 11. Block 1 and 2. There's references to Harker Street. Daar's nie 'n manier dat Harker Street deel kan wees van Wijk 11 nie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aswegen. We will have public participation make that correction. Do we agree on the proposed recommendation by Councillor Matika?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We are now.
Speaker, can he just repeat it, please? He mentioned it quite quickly. Just recap it, please.
Okay, Councillor Matika. Can you come back?
No, I was saying that we delete all the recommendations that are dealing with Ward 5 and Ward 9. We delete B. We leave B. We delete C, and we delete E. Then we delete F, and then we delete H. Then we leave that one of Ward 11.
Do you agree, councillors?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Speaker.
Are we going
Speaker?
now to?
Sorry,
Yes,
Speaker. If you're deleting H, then you're also deleting the approval of the person that's going to Ward 11. So
No, we're
that's
not
not
deleting H. We're not deleting the whole of H. I think we're just deleting the 5 and 9.
That would be better.
Yes. Thank you, councillors. We are now going to page 13.9, page 761. Application for waiver, application fees for building plans and land use planning on the municipal property. And the recommendation is on page 762. Do we agree on that recommendation, Councillor?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Then we go to 773. That's the changes in just get there. Increasing of frequencies of meetings. Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think we welcome this frequency of meetings, but I just want to add. I just want to add to the recommendations, because I know in the past we've experienced a situation whereby. Am I still on the floor, Speaker?
Yes, yes. Who's not muting the mic?
It's
Councillor,
Aubrey Tsengwa
mute your mic, please.
and Claudine. I was saying, Speaker, we totally welcome this. I think it's going to work for us. The only concern that I've got is the district. As you know, we've got representatives in the district, and there were at times whereby you've got meetings this side and you've got meetings that side, and the representatives would like to be on both sides. So I would like to put in another recommendation, Speaker, that the Speaker liaise with the Garden Road District Municipalities Speaker's Office about the meetings. Otherwise, we welcome the recommendation, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo. Councillor Matika, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you, man. Speaker, I want to agree, but
Councillor Matika, can you speak up, please?
Speaker, I want to agree, but as a ward councillor, I cannot speak in the same level as Councillor Chokolo. But Speaker, I'm saying that at least let's say after 2 months, at least let's say two months, not per month, or let's say 2 months or quarterly. This thing of per month, remember, Councillor, we've been crying here that the reasons that we don't want to come and sit in these meetings each and every day. Our offices are closed every time. We don't have a PA. Unfortunately, we don't have a luxury of having PA in all ward councillors in our areas where people can go straight. When people are not seeing us each and every day, they start to make noise that we don't see you. Always in town. You're always in town. And when you're in a meeting, you must switch off your phone. In a meeting, you must switch off your phone or you put it on silence because you want to concentrate sometimes. So I'm saying that, let's say maybe after 2 months or quarterly, say, please, Speaker, because for ward councillors, it's very difficult, especially northern areas. You see, Smiley, we are not the same level. We are not in the same level as me and you, or Councillor
Matika.
Or Councillor Matiwani and you, please, Smiley.
Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Councillor Van Aswegen.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to second what Councillor Chokolo has proposed, that we go with recommendations A and B and add a recommendation C to do with the liaison with the Garden Road District. Thank you.
Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, thanks. No, I was going to do the same thing that Councillor Wasserman said me voorgespring, so it's fine. I agree with that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker.
Yes.
I did have my hand up.
Councillor Myers, yes.
Are we on the item entitled increasing the frequency of meetings?
Yes, Councillor Myers.
Okay, I couldn't think of a worse torture than increasing the frequency of these meetings. And I think it is a silly suggestion. I think the Municipal Council can meet as often as it needs to under your invitation, but it must at least every quarter. I think Section 80 committees report to the, in this case, the Executive Deputy Mayor, and they report in accordance with his direction. So I think it's up to him to determine how often he wishes those committees to meet. But I would suggest that meeting more often will just lead to even more hot air and irrelevant discussions like many of those which we're having today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Wasserman, I still see your hand up.
Speaker. Can I speak?
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, Speaker. Councillor Salas is Speaker. Unfortunately, my laptop is gone now. I use my phone. Speaker, mine, I don't see a reason of this item. Yes, because even if we sit the meeting with quarters, if it's something urgent, we call a special meeting. We can sit meeting each and every time we want to sit. The reason of this item in front of us, I don't see any difference. Because we have a meeting monthly. There is no items sometimes. What can we do? Again, we change as it is. To me, I don't see we change it or we are not changing. It's one and the same. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nezu.
Speaker Namja from Elana, no Council Salas, no Matic. I wanted to
Speaker, I
pass the
want to
meeting
agree
of
with
the month.
Councillor Salas and
Because Landrick. And then get Yanis Kanagatina was northern areas because about the change of Funusbon. The solo was still up on my
we got challenges in the northern areas because most of the time we discuss and so it must not be taken lightly.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zuka. I see your hand up so that we can conclude on this one now.
Speaker, my hand is also up.
Yes.
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, that's where exactly I want to go, Speaker, is that, look, if councillors, we don't have to say, I want this, I want this. If councillors want a different thing, put in a recommendations, there's a recommendation that's being put forward, put another one, and then we go with that. We're wasting time with issues here sometimes. So, Speaker, there is one already a proposal. So if councillors want to change that, your recommendations, let's just do that and then move on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zuko. Councillor Kraut.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I think Chief Whips will also now remember that for the past 4 years, we had quite a few elections. And based on these elections that happened in Knysna, we didn't have time as councillors to be on the ground also. The other query that came at some stage was that ward councillors complained that they are too much in meetings and they do not, they can't attend to their constituents. So I would make a proposal that we do have these meetings rather every second month instead of having it every month. We are also going to go in election mode soon. And the decision we take on a 1 month basis is going to come and kick us very hard. So I would make a proposal that we do it every second month to make sure that at least councillors can also be on the ground where they're supposed to be.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Now I see a lot of hands. Councillor Myers, Councillor Wasserman, Councillor Luzuko, Councillor Matika.
Sorry, mine was an old hand. I'm taking it down.
Okay. Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. When I was in council between 2011 and 2015, we used to have Section 80 meetings on a monthly basis, and it was very effective. It meant that councillors had really good oversight, and it also meant that decisions could be taken quickly and easily. The council meetings and the Section 80s were much shorter. It was a much more effective system, and we welcome it and support it. Thank you.
Councillor Kraus, is your hand up?
It's an old hand.
Councillor Matika?
It was.
Councillor Myers, your hand back.
Yes, my hand is back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Myers.
Yes, I just want to comment on what Councillor Busman said. I think that the delegations were different in the period that she was in council, in that very little was delegated to the executive mayor or the committees, and mostly had executive decisions mostly had to be made by council. We are in a very different regime now, where most of the decisions, other than the statutory ones, have been delegated to the executive mayor and his mayoral committee. So there's no need for council to meet that often because those powers have been delegated. The mayoral committee is a committee that advises the executive mayor, and the Section 80s are also committees that advise the executive mayor. So we should leave it to him to determine how often these committees need to meet and how often he needs to be advised on whatever executive decisions there are that he needs to make. I'm trying to say that interminable meetings held more often, I think, are an impediment rather than an advantage. Thank you.
Voorzitter van Aswegen.
Councillor van Aswegen.
Nee, voorzitter, ek wil net weer terugverwys na bladsy 773, die besprekingspunt aan paragraaf 2, afkomende van die waarnemende munisipale bestuurder. Ek geef jou kaart.
The page is referred to paragraph 2 on the acting municipal manager.
So haar ervaring, voorzitter, gegewe die kort tydperk wat sy in is, het hy 2 spesifieke dinge uitgelig as 'n probleem, 'n spesifieke kwessie rondom ons oorsig as raadslede. So ek twyfel of sy dit op die agenda sou geplaas het, indien sy dit nie ervaar het toe sy gekom het. Baie dankie.
Okay, on the experience, there are some challenges.
Councillor Matika, I think you will be the last one on this one. Councillor Matika?
Okay, okay. If you are saying that we agree with these recommendations, it's saying it's totally clear that for the first week of the month, we must deal with portfolio committees. The second week will be audit committees, will be impact. The third week will be MECO. The fourth week will be council, municipal council or special council. Yeah, that's not, I don't think that's gonna work. Each and every month, I don't think that's gonna work. Let's go to the second month, or we stick with the third. Then the mayor can just call mayoral committees, maybe special mayoral committees, or when, or special, because this one is not gonna work of every month.
Thank you, councillors. I think I've now got two proposals on the table. TM.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I think I at some point, sometimes, Speaker, we don't really have to vote on these issues, you know. Councillor Myers is quite right, you know, and Councillor Matika, you know, remember we've got what councillors which they've also have an additional responsibility to make sure that a work is taking place in their wards, and they are also taking care of their communities, you know. And I thought what would be really the best is for us maybe consider having council meeting on the second month at least, you know, council meeting, not monthly, I think. And Councillor Chokol have also made a very important point to say, I mean, we've got councillors who are serving at the level of the Garden Road, which they now and then they have to attend some district businesses there, you know. So I think we need to be fair and square to say let's rather maybe keep it the second month, you know, council meeting, not monthly. I can see now that's not going to work, Speaker. I just want to make that proposal, you know. And they really, at some point, we really don't have to vote on these matters, you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I see your hand up.
Thank you, Speaker. There are obviously opposing views on this matter, so we have to vote. Unfortunately, we have to vote. There was a proposal by Councillor Wasserman, and there's another proposal. So if we can just vote on these issues.
I thought you was going to raise something else, Councillor David, because I said
I just yeah,
the last one, and I wanted to conclude.
Okay, but you
I
know,
was
yeah,
just
okay.
listening to what you were saying.
But obviously, we're going to have, if the views don't want to change, we're going to have to vote about it. But I'm just want to point it out to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillors, we've got two views on the table. The one is saying that we must stick with the recommendation, was an amendment, was adding a recommendation C, and the other one is saying that we must have it 2 monthly. So I think it's two different proposals. Councillor Davis, your hand is still up.
Speaker, I apologize. I'll take it down now. It's an old hand.
Okay, thank you. So you've got two proposals on the table that are saying about the item. For those that want to go with the recommendation as it is, with the amendment of a recommendation C, saying that it must be we must liaise with Garden Route Municipality. Can you please then put up your Councillor Wolmarans?
I go with that proposal, Chair, but it was seconded by the proposal as it that you just mentioned now, that it stays as it is with the recommendation in C.
Okay. I didn't see your face, but
yeah, face, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Wasserman?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I go with that recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Vaidem?
Thank you. I go with that
Oh,
same
sorry.
proposal. Thank you.
Then Councillor Davis? Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Go with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luzuko?
Chokolo. Yes, Speaker,
Yes.
I'm proposing that we go with Speaker. We go with that.
Okay, Councillor Ace?
Yes, we will go with that. Thank you.
Councillor Strubel?
Yes, Speaker, I also go with that.
Yeah.
I'll go with the motion, Speaker.
Councillor Punana?
I'll go with that, Speaker.
Okay. Going once, going twice? There's no one
Raadslid van
else?
Aswegen. Raadslid van Aswegen. Ondersteun die voorstel. Dankie.
Thank you, Councillor van Aswegen.
Speaker.
Councillor Myers?
Yes, I cannot vote on this
No,
item
we
because
just-
I do not believe. Sorry, can I continue?
Yes.
I cannot vote on this item. I don't believe that it's in the competency of the council to dictate to the executive mayor how often his committee meets and how often Section 80 committees meet. So I'm of the view that it's probably unlawful, but I don't have a very strong view, so I don't want to make a mistake here. I'm not going to vote on this item.
Okay. Councillor, can we go? Those that don't agree on the
Sorry,
on the
Speaker, Councillor van Aswegen never put his camera on when he voted. He needs to put his camera on. That is what the rules of order say.
Oh, you want Councillor Salazar to speak?
Speaker,
Councillor van Aswegen?
Speaker. Asseblief tog man. Ek
Just
dink
put
jy
your
is nog
camera
steeds die
on.
voorsitter.
There's no debate. Just put
No,
your
no.
camera on. Can you please just put your camera on, Councillor Van Aswegen?
All right, kan jy my nou sien?
I see a sharp light.
Speaker net die volgende man. Jy is die voorsitter van die vergadering.
I can't see you.
Hoe kon jy my nie sien nie? Daar's ek. Kan my brille ook op vir jou om jou beter te sien. My brille afhaal.
Yeah, man,
I see your head, but it's fine. Yeah, now I see you. Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen.
My verskoning as ek net 'n donker kleur wys.
Thank you. Thank you. Those that
Speaker, kan jy my nou sien?
Yes, I know you are fine.
Kan ek net vir u vra asseblief tog, jy is die voorsitter van die vergadering man. Ek kan nie reageer op Claudine se antwoording goedtig nie. If you ask me to put on my speaker or my camera, I'll do that. But please, can you do that?
Councillor Van Aswegen.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we just agree to the rules? Because you say when we do voting, we must put on our cameras.
Yes, but then
So
you
in
mustn't be
future, you have to
selective.
put on your camera
You
when you're doing
can't.
the voting. Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Didn't put, listen here, let's just do that, but I want you to run the meeting, not somebody else. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we go those that don't agree with the recommendation as it stands and got another proposal? Can we go?
I go with the recommendation. Sorry for being late.
Thank you. We welcome you.
I don't know which one are you going with now, Councillor.
You don't agree, ne? Because we are on the second.
Amen.
Thank you, Councillor,
Amen.
for voting with us, Councillor Lorraine.
Hey, come on.
Yes,
ma'am. Yes, Speaker.
And Lorraine, can you mute your camera? Okay, yeah. Thank you. No, I just wanted, I don't know how we're going to correct this thing of voting. Because we already now almost passed Councillor Opperman. I'm not even sure where she's voting.
Speaker, you need, I think there are two proposals on the table. So you take the first proposal, everyone for that proposal.
Yes, I've done the first proposal. I'm now on the second one.
Okay, but
and then Councillor Opperman came in while I'm on the second
I'm showing my face, Speaker. I showed my face to support the proposal of my CL, seconded by the GM.
Councillor Kraut.
Hulle raadslid nie weet wat hulle doen nie.
Councillor Wolmeras, I see your hand is up.
No, sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker, no.
Thank you. I'm on the second recommendation.
Speaker, just on a point of clarification, what was the outcome of the first round of voting?
The outcome of the first round of voting, it was 9 councillors that voted for the recommendation. And Lorraine came, and Councillor Lorraine came up after we have passed the voting. So that is why I asked the MM.
But how many voted against, and how many abstained?
You abstained. There was 1 abstention, and there was 9 that voted for the recommendation as amended. Was a recommendation C added.
Speaker.
No, Speaker.
Speaker. I don't think you need an MM to assist you this one. It's clear that all of the voted, Councillor Lorraine voted last.
Councillor Vatika.
We don't count Councillor Lorraine's vote because you were on the other item. You finished with that vote.
My hand was up.
Don't count Councillor Lorraine's vote. So it was 9. I counted.
Speaker, I would
Councillor Peter Meyers abstained. Then Councillor Salazar was busy voting. It was Councillor Salazar was voting against. So let's carry on. Councillor Salazar was voting against because we don't count Councillor Lorraine.
Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when we originally started, when we originally started with the vote,
Councillor Opperman just mute the phone.
No, I want to say something. You
Okay.
called
But
all the
Councillor
councillors' names.
on the
You
floor.
called all the councillors' names and you didn't call my name. That's why I was so very at the back. Exactly. Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Opperman is quite correct. When we started off, the MM explained exactly how voting would happen, and that is that you would call everyone's names in alphabetical order, and they would say what they're voting. So Councillor Opperman was waiting for you to call her name. You didn't call her name. So it's quite correct that she should be given this opportunity.
I don't know why are you all want to tell me what to do, because
Speaker,
I haven't.
on a point of order here.
I
On a
even
point of
this
order.
what I'm.
Speaker, on a point of order. If we're voting, councillors must know we are voting. They are there. If you are sleeping and you can't get counted afterwards, Speaker. It's not right.
Hello,
if
hello.
Councillor Opperman is sleeping, that is up to her. Speaker.
Speaker.
This is the second time. This is the second time this thing is happening. It's incorrect,
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker.
Incorrect. Incorrect. We are finished now. We are voting against. So please
Madam Speaker,
allow us
on a point of
Vote for
order.
the recommendation of Councillor
On a point of order.
Kraus and Councillor Selassie. Can we continue?
Speaker, just on a point of order.
Councillor, yes, Councillor Selassie, you have.
Speaker, to me,
Yes,
things
Councillor
must stay. Speaker, things must stay the same as it is now. I am happy with the full-time councillor who can do job by job each and every day. But some other councillor must do their work on the ground. It's fine to me. Thanks, sir.
Councillor Selassie, are you saying we must have it quarterly? Or are you saying we must have 2 monthly? Or are you
I
saying
must stay the same as it is. Yes.
Okay, so you don't support the recommendation?
I don't support that recommendation of monthly by monthly. No.
Speaker on a point of order here. Speaker, you've got 2 proposals on the table. It's not about anything else. It's either you go with this one or the other one. That's what we're voting for here. We're voting. We're not expressing feelings here. We're voting here, Speaker. There's 2 proposals. Let's vote according to that.
Speaker.
Anyone else?
Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker.
Anyone else?
Speaker, can I come in?
Are you voting, TM?
No, Speaker, I'm not voting. Can I quickly just make a proposal, Speaker, once again? Speaker, again, I want to, as I've said earlier on, I really don't see the necessity for us to vote on this item. I wanted to propose to you, Speaker, that you withdraw this item, you allow myself and the MM, as well as the directors, to have a discussion around this item. We can see now other councillors are fighting. And so on. I just want to make
on a point of order, Speaker, man. Speaker, on a point of order. You see, the meeting now is getting out of hand. Speaker, we are voting now. We're not deliberating on things. We're not just suggesting anything now. We're voting. We're supposed to finish the vote, and that's it. If the TM wanted to suggest something, he was supposed to do that in the first.
Can we who else is not agreeing with the recommendation as it is here? TM, are you voting?
Councillor Matika, Councillor Matika, I don't agree with their recommendations. Thank you.
Speaker, can I try and help here, please?
Yes, MM.
There are 2 proposals on the table. So you need to take the first proposal and ask everybody to vote. You either vote for or against, or you abstain. And if the majority vote in favor of that one, then you don't need to go further. If the majority vote against that, then you need to take the second proposal and repeat the for, the against, or the abstains. But you need to take one proposal at a time and vote just on the one proposal. So there are 2 proposals. I suggest you take each one at a time, and you ask each councillor for or against or abstain.
Speaker.
Councillor Selassie.
You said, Speaker, when you are not looking an item in the agenda, you are going in this direction. I already said, I don't know why this item is coming to this agenda. Now this agenda is trying to change our life totally with the voting system. It doesn't mean people's majority is right sometimes. That's why we are in this mess in this municipality. But I'm saying to you, Speaker, most you and the DM, don't allow all the items going in the back of you is come in front of us. Otherwise, it's a mess. Some that item sometimes must crow it out. You see, each and every time we're taking the wrong decision here because of the majority. You see, this is what I asked it. Why the other item is coming here, trying the councillor to come and fight with something here is not make any difference. Because I told you, Speaker, there's nothing. If you want a meeting tomorrow, even each and every time you go to the special meeting, what is the use of item to come to make each and every month? People wasting the time for the meetings. We are not elected for meetings. We elected for the service delivery. But it's fine. It's fine, Speaker. The majority must take in what is right.
Thank you, Councillor Salase.
Yes.
I'm waiting for those that against the recommendation.
Speaker.
I've got Councillor Matika, I've got Councillor Kraus.
And let Matika go first, Speaker.
You're ready? No, we've done it. I'm waiting
Speaker?
for. Yes.
I wanted to say vote against.
You already, I've noted Councillor Matika. Thank you.
Councillor Ngezu against.
Councillor Ngezu, yes.
Speaker.
Thank you.
The MMM is to you how to conduct the voting, and still you're not doing it.
Speaker, can I ask for a caucus? Can I have a 10-minute caucus, please, Speaker? Speaker, can I have a 10-minute caucus? The ANC wants a caucus, please.
Thank you. Granted, Councillor Kraut. What is the time now? Can you be back? By 1:45.
Why we are not give 15 minutes to speak so that we can stretch our head.
Is Councillor Salase not focusing with the ANC?
5-2. 5-2.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Fine, Speaker.
Speaker, who asked a caucus, the ANC of KUC?
No, man, no.
Who do you want to? The chief of the ANC have asked for the caucus.
So why does the chief of the KUC?
Councillor Salase was just saying maybe we must have 5 more minutes for him to stretch his legs.
Okay, so KUC is asking for 15 minutes, and you allow the 15 minutes for KUC.
No.
Speaker.
Councillor Van Aswegen?
Ek en jy moet 'n bietjie lekker sit, man. Lekker sit oor 'n lekker glas hier wyn. Ons is nou klaar met die meeting. Ons mos nou al kokos nou. Miskien moet ek en jy 'n bietjie lekker sit 'n wyntjie, man. Rustig, man. Hoe dink jy af?
Jy gaan golf speel.
Nee, ek wil nie gaan golf speel nou nie. Ek sal bly van golf te speel, om eerlik wil te wees. Ek en jy moet net lekker sit, man.
Councillor Van Aswegen en die speaker, julle word nog steeds gelivestream, né? So julle moet
badkamer toe.
Ja, maar dis in die hak, is buite die vergadering. Vergadering het vandag.
Kan ek net gou badkamer toe gaan asseblief?
Jolien, hulle kom met my livestream. Ons is nie nou in 'n vergadering nie.
Councillor van Aswegen, asseblief man. Kykie, as jy jou video aansit, moet jy jou gesig mooi wys man, 'n mens sien net 'n bles.
Nou, daai is 'n livestream. Daai is nog 'n livestream en hy is beledigend ook.
Jy moet jou kamera moet jy mooi sit man, dat ons jou gesig kan sien.
Julien, daai is nog 'n livestream en daai is beledigend.
En 'n hond is ook 'n deel van die vergadering, hoor ek, wat sy hondjie se naam?
PM.
Councillor van Aswegen.
Councillors,
Julle klim soos Days of Our Lives.
Meyer asseblief.
Julien, ons naam is PM.
PM. Nee, jong. Councillor van
Afrikaans,
Aswegen. Waarmee jy besig?
Afrikaans.
Bye.
Jy het my gevra wat die ons naam is, ek moet ons naam.
Thanks, councillors. I think everyone is back. Councillor.
I'm back, Speaker. I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut.
Speaker.
Thank you.
I think the ANC went for a caucus, and the ANC just wants to withdraw the proposal that they made on this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Councillors, we are still on the item that's in front of us on the recommendation. And all those that were voted for the item, can I just read your names? Are we all back?
Yeah, I think carry on, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Speaker, yes.
Councillor Wolmerans, yes.
We are quorum to carry on.
That's what I'm trying to find out if everyone is back. Let me just read your name.
Councillor is back because
Speaker, we're back.
Okay. Councillor Kraut.
Back, Speaker.
Councillor Davis.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Quinana.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
Ek is terug.
Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Matiwana.
Hi. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Councillor Myers.
Speaker, Councillor Myers sent a message that he has got an urgent matter, so I don't know if he's back yet.
Okay. Councillor Naki.
Back, Speaker.
Councillor Ngezu.
Back, Speaker.
Councillor Opperman.
Yeah.
Councillor Selassie. Councillor Selassie. Councillor Strubel.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Tsengwa.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker Nkona.
Councillor Chokolo.
Izanazo, Speaker Nkona.
Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace. Councillor Ace. Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Councillor Weideman.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Councillor Wolmerans.
Ek is terug.
Okay, so Councillor Ace and Councillor Myers is not back.
Councillor Opperman.
No, Councillor Opperman already indicated that she's back.
Okay.
Voorzitter.
Councillor Van Advieren.
Jy het nou nie vir my gevra maar ek is op die brug. Onthou net dat raadslid Salase.
Van Advieren.
Ook 'n dringende saak. Ek is op die brug, maar Salase, jy weet mos, hy moet ook 'n dringende saak nou weet. So hy is ook op die brug.
Councillor Van Advieren, don't assume. Councillor Van Advieren, are you back?
Ek is terug, ja.
Councillor Ace and Councillor Myers is not back. I'm still back on the matter.
Oh, Salazar is back.
Okay, no, thank you, Councillor.
There he is.
Councillors, we are going back on the item. We have the people that voted for the item to stay as it is Councillor Wolmerans, Councillor Wasserman, Councillor Weideman, Councillor Davis, Councillor Chokolo, Councillor Ace, Councillor Strubel, Councillor Quinana, Councillor van Aswegen, and Councillor Opperman. Are we in agreement?
Speaker.
Correct,
With
Speaker.
amendments,
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor
Speaker.
Wolmerans first.
With
Okay.
amendments, Speaker.
Yes. On recommendation C.
Yes.
Councillor Weideman, I see your hand up.
Speaker.
And then Councillor Matika.
Sorry, old hand.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matika.
Speaker.
Yes.
No, Speaker, I thought you were going to say, because since Councillor Kraus has withdrawn this,
I'm coming to that part, Councillor Matika.
but we cannot count Councillor Lorraine, Speaker. He voted after. So we cannot count Councillor Lorraine. Or I will suggest you start over with the voting for this item only. Because we cannot count Councillor Lorraine. We cannot count it. Or we start over and say that let's start afresh, then you call the councillors to vote. Do you support this recommendation, yes or no? Yes or no? Support, yes or no? Or do you abstain? Please, Speaker.
On a point of order, Matika, no, you're out of order now. The Speaker has made a ruling and we're listening. Let's continue.
Sponda with here, did it now.
Matika and Councillor Chokolo. Councillor Kraut, you have now. What was your proposal? You withdraw your proposal of 2 monthly. Councillor Kraut.
Speaker, sorry, I want to sneeze, Speaker. Oh, I'm listening, Speaker, sorry.
You said you are withdrawing your proposal?
Yes, yes, Speaker, I'm withdrawing the proposal that I proposed.
Thank you, and you are not voting for or against?
Speaker, I'm abstaining.
Okay, okay. So can I get those that abstain on the recommendation as amended? Can I then now have your hands and your faces and your mics unmuted?
Councillor Salah says abstain.
Thank you.
Councillor Kraut.
Councillor Nadi abstain.
Councillor Naki.
Abstain.
I see the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Speaker, I abstain. I abstain, Speaker. I really abstain. I don't really see the need for us to vote on this matter.
Thank you, DM.
Speaker, on a point of order. Speaker, on a point of order. Speaker, we were in the middle of voting. There were 2 proposals on the table, and you just aborted that, Speaker.
Speaker, what is the rule? What is the rule of the order?
No.
Councillor Chokolo, the speakers made the ruling. You reminded me and said that the speakers made the ruling. So you must also listen to the speaker. You are out of order.
Chokolo don't know what you want.
Don't be out of order.
He really
Don't be
don't
out
know
of
what
order.
he wants. He's chopping and changing like he's in a butchery.
Speaker, who's chairing here? Is it Krauts?
Okay.
You need a glass of wine. I can bring you one.
Councillor Chokolo,
Speaker?
I'm going
Yes.
to mute you permanently if you want me to do that. I'm not going to listen
Speaker.
to you.
You can't do that.
Those,
Speaker,
the people already
you can't do
voted.
that.
And now,
You can't do that. Don't tell me about muting permanently.
Councillor Chokolo, please don't be out of order. You are out of order when
You
Councillor
are the
Chokolo.
speaker of the council. Councillor
Speaker,
Chokolo is out of order. You made your ruling. Speaker,
you
you
won't-
know where the mute button is. You can always
Can I
mute
have the
him.
people that abstain? Who else abstain? And can I see your face?
Speaker, on a point of order. There were two matters put to a vote here. We were in the middle of voting. Speaker, only one councillor abstained and
Councillor
Councillor
Chokolo,
Meyer.
Speaker, because Councillor
Speaker, now
Chokolo
you make-
is saying this.
you
When I
making this
said that,
council
Councillor
meeting-
Chokolo agree with you and said that you already made the ruling that you count Councillor Lorraine. But
Councillor
why now is he
telling you now,
interfering? Councillor
you
Speaker,
making this
you made your
council a
ruling.
joke,
You made your ruling. You made your ruling that Councillor Lorraine voted with the TA
Speaker, you muting me. You don't
for this
mute
recommendation.
Matika. You see
So
that's why
I'm
you need to
saying,
go-
I'm saying, Speaker, as ANC,
Speaker,
all
muting me. You don't mute Matika.
ANC were saying that you are
muting-
against this recommendation. Sorry.
I see you muting me. You don't mute your boy.
No, this one.
Speaker. Did you hear that, Speaker?
Stop saying speaker, man. Speaker must continue.
Who else is abstaining?
I'm not a boy, Speaker. Speaker, correct that. I'm not a boy. I must apologize. Speaker, Chokolo, Luzuko Chokolo, say I'm a boy. Speaker. Luzuko Chokolo, say I'm a boy. You must withdraw that.
You
I'm
can,
not
you
a
can have
boy.
it outside the meeting. You can sort it out outside the
I'm
meeting.
not a, no, Speaker. You say it here because if I say it's a boy here,
Who
if I
else is
say it's a
abstaining?
boy, you know a boy is a
Danny.
kwekwe. If I say it's a kwekwe, he's gonna feel offended.
Who else is abstaining?
He's gonna feel offended. He said, cannot say I'm a boy. He says I'm a boy here. You must withdraw that. He said I'm a boy here. He must withdraw that. I'm not a boy. I'm not his boy. I'm not a DA boy. I'm not.
Who else is abstaining? Matiwana? Councillor Matiwana? Councillor Matiwana, you muted your mic. You must put your mic on.
Okay. Council Speaker, I'm abstaining.
Thank you.
Speaker, I say the real chief whip said you must abstain.
Who else is abstaining?
Speaker, I think Councillor Theokola needs to give clarity on who the real chief whip is.
Speaker.
Matika is abstaining.
Speaker, Councillor Leslie, abstaining.
Speaker Matika is abstaining. I'm gonna come back to that one. Leave it, Speaker, that one of the boy. You can leave it. I'm gonna come back.
Speaker.
Councillors, we've got 10 councillors that is for the motion, and we've got 9 that abstain on the motion. So the motion is carried. Can we move
Speaker.
on?
Sorry, Speaker.
Can we move on?
Speaker, no, it's not 9. It's not 9. It's 10. It's not 9, Speaker. It's 10. If you count Councillor Myers also abstain. Councillor Salase also abstain. And then the whole ANC also abstain. So it's 10. It's not 9. We count again, Speaker, please.
Unewane ngekhoyo kaloku wena ungalibali.
Councillor Matika?
Voorzitter.
Councillor, we are now on the recommendation. The recommendation carry as it is. It was 9 and 10.
Speaker?
Thank you. Can we move on?
Speaker, before we move, Speaker, we need 11 votes for motion to for this item to be carried. There's only 10.
Kom jy daaraan?
There's only 10, Speaker. Speaker. So I don't think this proposal by
majority of councillors that in council today have approved the motion. Councillor Wasserman.
We must,
I
Thank you,
think we
Speaker.
need a legal opinion here. Speaker, we need a legal opinion.
Thank you.
Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker. Speaker, I keep getting muted, but you've covered me. Thank you very much.
I haven't muted you.
Thank you. But I'm covered by what you said. The majority of councillors voted in favour. Thank you.
Speaker, I think we need a legal opinion on this one, Speaker. Can we get the legal opinion, please, from the legal department?
Legal opinion, and then it can just come back to council. Thank you, Councillor Crouch.
yes, Speaker, I think we can just have an internal workshop of rules there with the chief whip.
Thank you, councillors. We are now on 13.11. The report on the audit committee meeting for 4th March 2020. It's on page 777, and there was a separate annexure that was sent out. Are we all on page 777?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, and the recommendation is on page 77. 777.
I agree, Speaker.
Do we all agree on the recommendation with a separate?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
The annexure, the
Speaker.
report, the audit committee.
And Councillor Van Aswegen.
The report was only sent this morning.
Yes.
So I was in the meeting when it was sent, so I haven't had a chance to read it. The reports from the audit committee are usually really valuable, so I would like to be able to read it and perhaps incorporate some of the recommendations that they make into the resolutions that council can take. So I was wondering, Speaker, if this item can't also go to the budget meeting that we're going to have within 7 days so that we can consider it properly and what it contains. Thank you.
Councillor Van Aswegen.
No, Speaker, I just concur with Councillor Wasserman because I didn't even receive that one. And it's important because you ask us to adopt. And I'm not quite sure what the recommendations was or were from the audit committee. So I would totally agree with Councillor Wasserman in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. Do we agree that we can have the meeting on the item on the next council meeting?
No problem, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on 13.13. And that is on 780.
Sorry, Speaker, we're not doing 13.12.
Just wait. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Kraus, we are doing 13.12 Westgrove business plan. Council, we are doing the Westgrove business plan amendment. And the recommendation is on page 779. Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand up, and Councillor Matika, I see your hand up, and
Councillor Van Aswegen.
And Councillor Van Aswegen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would have loved to hear from the MM about this one. Is it an urgent one? Do we need to deal with it now, or can it also be deferred to the next meeting? But I wanted to hear if it's urgent or not, Speaker, and then decide on that.
Councillor Luzuko?
Yes. Yes, Speaker? Didn't you hear me?
Item, why should we refer it now?
No, that's why I'm asking,
Councillor
Speaker.
Matika?
I would like, Speaker?
Yes, I hear you. Where's your question if it's urgent?
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. Councillor Matika?
No, Speaker, I'll go with your recommendations because the provincial health department is saying that our people must go to Petrol SA in Mosaba. Our people will never agree with that. So I'll go with the recommendation of this one of Westgrove.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Zuko, your hand is still up?
Sorry, Speaker, it's an old one.
Okay. MM?
Thanks, Speaker. Yes, I would like this to be considered now. This goes about the funds which are paid over to Visit Knysna. And at this stage, obviously, much of the tourism establishments are not operational. So their proposal is that funds be used for quarantine and isolation sites. That's in a nutshell. However, my only concern, I think it's a very good idea. My only concern is at this stage, the Department of Health approved those quarantine and isolation sites. And at this stage, there is only one in the Garden Route, which is at Petro SA. And the decision is that once that 700-bed facility is filled, then only will they look for other Q&I sites. That is my understanding of the present situation, but Council is welcome to consider this report.
Thank you, MM.
Chairman, dat is al, hè?
Councillor van Asweren.
Ja, voorzitter, nee, ek vra weer eens beskoning omdat ek die handjie het wat so lekker wys nie. Elke keer moet ek my unmute om die aandag te kry, maar nogmaals baie dankie. Speaker, when I look at this item, just remember we've got this Westgrow service level agreement. And in that service level agreement, it is quite clearly stipulated the amount we pay them and what the purpose of that amount is. What the purpose of the money is that we normally pay them annually. So I was just a bit confused here whether the intention is to amend the service level agreement or what should we do in that regard. Again, I'm a bit confused, not confused here, and ek wil net 'n bietjie doodseker maak. Remember again, the purpose of the SLA will stipulate how much we're going to pay Westgrow and what that money will be used for, what their responsibilities in this regard. So quite simple. Can we just now say we change or amend the SLA? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor van Asweren. MM.
I'm going to ask the Director of Planning to come in here. She's been dealing with the tourism issues and interacting with Visit Knysna. Director Boyce, if you'd please comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Colleen Durant from Visit Knysna has also been invited to this meeting and is also part of the discussion. But just to answer Councillor van Asweren's question, that is exactly why we have brought an item to Council, because in terms of the current business plan, there are certain activities that Westgrow needs to do at this point that they also cannot do. So they are not able to fulfill whatever their responsibilities was for this quarter on a business as usual basis, given the COVID-19 circumstances. However, Colleen has also been part of our district JOC to discuss forecasts going forward for what will be required in Knysna. From the reports that she had been giving to the meetings that she reports to with Westgrow, it appears that there is one site in the Knysna municipal area that has already been earmarked potentially to be utilized as either quarantine or isolation facility. And their proposal is that instead of them to alleviate them from the fact that they've got responsibilities which are executable at this point in terms of their obligations, but there is a replacement or alternative activity that they can be involved in, and that is to work with the quarantine and isolation facility that has been identified and to provide opportunities of assistance to that facility in terms of some subsidization of the functions and the services like the provision of food, etc. And then they've also got a smaller project because one of the things that have been identified was the lack of free masks that can be distributed within areas of Knysna, and which they are able to utilize some of their tourism outlets to be able to do that. And that is also a project that they have identified as something that is quite urgent and where they would be able to utilize some resources within their capacity to do that. And that is basically why we're bringing it to council, because we cannot not, as an administration, just give them permission to go ahead with these things, because they do have an obligation in terms of their business plan that is currently in existence with council. And this is exactly to ask council to replace this activity for this month, the money that we've given them, that it can rather be put into quarantine and isolation assistance.
Thank you, Director. Councillor, I see the CFO's hand.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I would want to be corrected if I'm incorrect. The item as presented in front of Council now will purport to change the service level agreement, which I think Councillor Van Aswegen has alluded to. The service level agreement is very clear in terms of what is the purpose that they must perform, the functions that they must perform on behalf of Knysna municipality, and what we're going to remunerate them for performing those functions. So this item in front of us, in my view now, is actually changing that service level agreement in terms of what the function that they're supposed to perform. If then we would pay the amount to them, and then they utilize it for COVID-19 related expenditure or quarantine site and all of that. So in my view, considered view, I don't think it would be correct for council to make that decision, but if councillors make that decision, it's fine. In my considered view, I don't think it would be correct without actually amending the service level agreement, or the resolution should actually speak to the to amending the service level agreement. In simple way for me, Westgrow, if they cannot perform those functions as a result of COVID-19 now, Knysna municipality has no obligation to pay this quota's amount to them, because we'll be paying the amount to them for functions or that they are unable to perform. So I think that is my considered view. But if council wants to approve it, I just wanted to highlight that council then can then be aware of that.
Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, that's how I love my CFO to speak. Simple, clear, because that was my concern right at the beginning. We've got a service level agreement. We can do nothing else than to amend the service level agreement in order to adhere to the concerns raised in this report. So I totally agree with him there, Chair. That service level agreement is ons ooreenkoms saam met Westgrow. So we can't do anything without dealing with the service level agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen. Director, I see your hand is still up. Director of Planning.
Thank you very much, Councillor. In terms of the service level agreement, the details of the business that we ask Westgrow to do is contained in the business plan, which is, I'm just looking for the annexures and things came through in separate batches, but the business plan is exactly the part that we are asking needs to be amended. The entire service level agreement does not have to be amended, but the actual business plan of the day needs to be, and this is a submission for the business plan for this quarter to be changed. But the business plan is a separate, it is an addendum to the service level agreement. So the entire body, the overarching service level agreement remains in place. It's just a business plan of what they're going to do with the money for this quarter that needs to change.
Thank you, Director. CFO, your hand is still up, or?
Chair.
Councillor Van Aswegen?
No, it's not up. It's an old hand. No, not up.
Councillor Van Aswegen?
No, Chair, I want to be quite clear in what the Director Planning and Development is saying here. Just remember, and I don't have the business plan in front of me. I don't have it, being honest with you. I was trying through all this documentation to find it. But in my memory, if my memory serves me correct, I could quite clearly remember that in that SLA that we agreed with Westgrow, we were quite clear in how much money we're going to pay them and what the purpose of that money would be. And I will be very hesitant to continue with a payment to Westgrow if, for example, Westgrow will not be able to perform their duties as stipulated out in our agreement or in SLA. So I need to get some guidance from both directors and the MM regarding that. Ek wil die mense betaal as hulle nie die werk kan doen wat hulle veronderstel is om te doen nie. We're not paying Westgrove peanuts, we're paying them millions. Thanks.
That they're supposed to do that they are not doing.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen. Councillor Lewy, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask two questions. Number one, are there any legal ramifications? That's the first thing, to us approving just a business plan and not the, you know, and excluding it or separating it from the SLA. And then also, are there any potential audit queries or audit problems with that if we do that? So if we can just get an answer on that from the relevant directors. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lewy. MM?
Speaker, I am not au fait with all the clauses in the current SLA and all the details in the business plan, so I'd like the director to please come in here.
Thank you, Director Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The current activities that is being conducted prior to COVID was the activities that was part of that business plan that was approved as a result of the fact that the overall Westgrove agreement says there is a clause that says that council has to adopt a business plan to give the details of what Westgrove is going to do. It is those details only that is changing. In broad strokes, Westgrove is still using every opportunity under COVID to be able to do their tourism promotion of Knysna, even though tourism is standing still. As an example, the letters that were given, they gave letters to people who, for example, were from Europe and had to go in a plane back to their countries, where there's an official letter written to them. The back of that letter was a picture of Knysna as a tourism destination. Those are the type of things that they are able to still do in terms of the marketing of Knysna and the promotion of Knysna as a visiting destination. There are obviously other activities they can't go at this point in time to promote our town for at an international trade show, for example. So those are the activities that cannot happen. But what they are proposing to do is to start stimulating something for their current current tourism businesses to be able to be responsive to COVID. But as far as I understand, my interpretation of the SLA is that it is exactly the business plan that determines the activities that we've been asking them to come and report on every time that they've come to council to report. And this is the request to just change that.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Lewy, is your hand still up?
Sorry, Speaker, there's still the other question about the audit, no? Is there any potential audit, negative audit findings or financial ramifications? That one wasn't answered yet. Thank you.
Thank you. MM, do you want the director to answer that or the CFO?
I think the director, please.
Councillor, at this point in time, if that is exactly why we want to change the business plan so that there isn't an audit query. If we don't change the business plan and their activities just change and isn't in accordance with it, that will indeed trigger an audit query.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with that answer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm confused on this item, and I must confess immediately that I haven't had sight of Annexure A, B, or C. I'm not quite sure where they were, but I couldn't find them. My view on this is that if Westgrove is not able to perform the duties and functions that are detailed in the agreement, in other words, impossibility of performance, then I'm not sure that you get round that by changing the business plan, which is part of that agreement. So in other words, if there is a fundamental problem with the agreement. Changing an aspect of it, to me, doesn't seem to be very logical or even have any legal effect. But I haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly what is proposed in that regard. But I would hasten to add that in a situation like this, there are other provisions within the agreement, and as I say, I haven't seen that for force majeure type situations, which is what we're in, or the common law principle of supervening impossibility of performance, whereby you look at the terms of a contract and say, because of factors completely out of control, i.e. acts of God, this contract is temporarily or permanently unenforceable or of no force and effect. But these are very tricky legal questions, but I'm not sure in agreeing to what is suggested here, you're actually addressing those. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. I see the CFO's hand and the Director Planning.
No, Chair, I just wanted to be on record to say I did advise in terms of my view on this matter, Council, that this is item as is presented and the Director has confirmed is the change. She's referring it to a plan. But to me, it's a change of scope in terms of the initial agreement. And if you change the scope with any service provider, it's a process that you have to also ensure that you have actually invited the public to make comments for changing those scope. So I just wanted to highlight that if Council wants to approve it, that's for Council, but I think I should be on record that I've actually highlighted this matter to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Director, is your hand up, and then the Councillor Crouch.
I was just Speaker. The addendums was on a separate. It was circulated to all of us on a separate supplementary page. So potentially, I don't know whether all the councillors then didn't receive the supplementary. That is how I received it. Is that there was a supplementary issued a few days ago that had the addendums, but that referred council to the part 4 of the agenda for the actual item. So the item is in part 4, but the addendums was on a supplementary agenda. So it would be important that council would have seen the contents of the addendum in order to be able to provide the, to give it consideration to be able to decide on this.
Thank you, Director.
You see, as well, Speaker.
I see the hand of the Deputy Mayor, or the Councillor Crouch.
Thanks, Speaker.
And then Councillor Luzuko and then Councillor Davis.
I would propose, Speaker, that if maybe this item could also be served in the next special council meeting, for we actually to also have enough time to read through this item. Because the addendums was also received late, and I'm reading through it, and it's quite, you actually really need to read.
Thank you, Councillor Crouch. Councillor Davis and then Councillor Myers.
Was it Speaker? You said it was me. Oh, but it's fine. You can continue with my whip. It's fine.
Councillor Chokolo can go before me, Speaker. You must before me. Thank you.
Councillor Chokolo and then Councillor Myers and then Councillor Davis.
No, Speaker, I just wanted to go back to, that's why, look, I asked if, or how urgent is this item. I wanted to hear from what the MM is saying. But listening to, I think, listening to the Director Planning and the CFO, there's not been much ventilation from their side on this item. I think we need to have that space, even us as council, to go through that, the addenda, the other papers that we received. So I would like to, that's why I wanted my whip to speak before me. I also don't want to be in trouble with my whip. That's why I wanted to hear him what he says. It's fine. I'll take it from what he says, Speaker.
Councillor Myers and Councillor Davis.
Okay, I think there is a certain degree of urgency here because we don't want to pay out 1.1 million per quarter at the beginning of the year. So I think council does need to give some guidance here on that. And my view is that we wouldn't need to until the legal position is much clearer. So I'm not sure we want to defer this for too long, or we can defer it, but in the meantime authorize that the payment is not made.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Davis.
Speaker, I think Councillor Chokolo was 100% correct, and Councillor Crouch. I think let us defer this to the soonest meeting with, and add to that the comments related to our concerns that we've had about legal ramifications as well as any other financial challenges that might, in terms of procurement, etc. So I think if we can, I agree with everyone, if we can just defer it and we deal with it at the soonest, the next meeting that's coming with all the other items. I think that's the most sensible solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Crouch, your hand is up. It's an old hand. Okay, thank you, councillors. So do we agree that we refer the item back so that we can have all the information on the item? Are we in agreement?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Agreed, Speaker, agreed.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker, should we add that the legal position regarding the amendment of the SLA should also be clarified in the following, when the item is discussed at the next meeting?
That's
yes,
correct.
We need all the information necessary for us to make a decision.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Then we on 13.13. And that is the decision of council resolution of promoting of fire service, traffic service and library. And it's on page 780. Councillors, and then there's a recommendation.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I propose that we go with the recommendation, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, I agree with Councillor Lezuko Tiokolo.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker, sorry, if I may come in here.
Yes.
I'm just concerned, Speaker. I absolutely agree this council resolution needs to be rescinded. It is unaffordable to council. However, if you look at the item, there is a table of list of officials who have already completed their training, and the recommendation does not speak to whether those officials who completed their training while the council resolution was operational, what is going to be, how they are going to be dealt with. So I did speak to the director last night. He has indicated that he has made provision for those people in the budget. However, it is up to council to decide. In other words, are you going to rescind this council resolution? And also retrospectively, in other words, the people who have completed those training courses do not now comply? Or are council going to approve these last people that as in terms of that table, and then going forward, this council resolution is then rescinded? Sorry, I don't want to throw a spanner in the works, but when I looked at this last night, it is just a concern about the people who have already completed this course.
Chair.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Luzuko, and I think I see Councillor Matika's hand is up.
Speaker, you're not seeing my hand for a while now.
I can't see you, Councillor.
Yeah, they must raise their hands highly. The hands must be there, Speaker, on the sky.
Councillor
Speaker.
Zuko, I see your hand now, Councillor Wasserman. Just popped up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Speaker, look, listening to the MM, I think we can live with that, go with that. There's already reactions in that section, in that sector of labor. So I would say we leave it if there's we don't do it retrospectively.
Also, there's also one.
Yes. But I think if there is a budget, the MM has had a talk with the director. I think we can move, we can accommodate those already, but I think we rescind the resolution. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matika.
Thanks, Speaker. I think I was going to also say that since these ones have done this before we have rescinded the decision, I think it will only be fair and it will only be correct for them, since and also they are budgeted, that they must be, we approve them first and then we'll rescind after they have been approved.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. I think also just in legal terms, and the acting MM can tell me if I'm wrong, but those people would already have accrued a right under the previous resolution. So to rescind it, you would be able to rescind it, but not to the extent that you'd take away a right that's already been accrued. So I think legally it would be correct that they should receive what they would have been due in terms of the previous resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wasserman. So we've got the recommendation in front of us. There's A, B, C. Are we going with that? Are we adding something else, MM?
Speaker, sorry, can we just maybe let the director, MM through you, if the director can maybe just give a little bit more clarity on that one.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I don't think I can give it, I can put it more clearly than what the acting MM has engaged in, and also some of the other councillors. And this was also a highly debated item at the local labour forum. And the local labour forum also indicated that they agree with the fact that the council resolution must be rescinded, but at least that these people that has already had the rights accrued and also has come, what if I can put it like that, they held their end of the bargain in terms of obtaining those qualifications, so that they at least be accommodated in terms of the old council resolution, and then for new people that that the council resolution will obviously not be applicable anymore.
Yeah, thank you, Director. So we go with that with that recommendation. Councillors?
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. We are now on. Do you want sorry, Councillor, do you want that point to be added to the recommendation?
Speaker, I don't think it's necessary. I think it's self-evident from the resolution.
Okay, then. We are now on 13.14. Report on irregular expenditure of 2018-2019 as a result of the non-compliance with SCM process on page 788. And the recommendation is on page 790. Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Matika.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to change the wording slightly so that council doesn't resolve that council should resolve, or that council resolve. So in B, I would just like to change the wording so that it says that the irregular expenditure be referred to MPAC for investigation.
Speaker.
Councillor van Aswegen.
Speaker again, and Councillor Theokolo, right at the beginning I said I don't have that access to the hande, so I always have just to press me, unmute me. Speaker, C, that MPAC submit a detailed report to Council within 30 days on its investigation of irregular expenditure for Council's consideration. I just need to get guidance there regarding that. So if they, for example, have a next meeting, and I want to understand the time frames here. Say, for example, they have an MPAC meeting next week. Is the intention then to have within 30 days after that meeting to report back to Council, or within 30 days when Council took this resolution? Just one clarity, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor van Aswegen. Councillor MM.
Speaker, I think the intention is within 30 days of this council resolution.
Thank you, MM.
Chair, follow up on that?
Yes, Councillor van Aswegen.
Now, I just want to find out, we debate earlier the issue of council meetings. When we're going to have a next council meeting. I assume that that report should then go to the next council meeting. That's my understanding of that C part of the recommendation. Is that correct through to the MM?
Thank you, Councillor van Aswegen. MM.
As Speaker, no, not necessarily, because it seems the next council meeting is going to be in 7 days' time. We are also going to need a council meeting about middle of June for an adjustment budget. So it would be in a council meeting 30 days from today, which would actually bring it to about the 27th of June.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor van Aswegen. So we go with the recommendation as amended in B. Do we agree, councillors?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Thank you. We are now on 13.15. Report on irregular expenditure as identified during the audit and then BAC composition. The item is on 794 and the recommendation is on page number 808.
It's not 704, Speaker.
Amen. Councillor van Aswegen. Councillor van Aswegen.
Sorry, Speaker, my apologies. Now I was going to ask, sorry, I got something else in my head here. I was going to ask the MM just to explain to us some of these issues, but you've already asked, thanks.
Yes. MM.
Hi, yes, Speaker. On the item about the BAC composition.
Yes, we're on that item, MM.
Okay. Yeah, the AG had a finding regarding the BAC composition and that some BAC meetings were not attended by 4 senior managers. So they listed several, I think it was about 10 BAC meetings where 4 senior managers had not attended. But if one has a look at the item, it refers to, is it the CFO plus a senior SCM practitioner plus a technical official as well as the 4 senior managers. And I think the argument is laid out there by the management at the time regarding why it is difficult at times to comply. But yes, there were at least 10 meetings where there were not 4 senior managers. So the recommendation is, I think that this be referred to MPAC.
Thank you, MM. Anyone else on the... Yes, Councillor van Aswegen.
Just on clarity, is it a legislative requirement that the CFO always should be the chairperson of the BAC? Just for my own clarity, en ek net 'n bietjie duidelikheid rondom dit.
Thank you.
Ongelukkig, jy moet lewe met my.
As Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand up.
Sorry, I just want to correct what I just said. The recommendation here is not that it be referred to the MPAC. The recommendations are set out here on page, what's it, page 808, yes. Okay, yes, as far as I know, the CFO must chair the BAC. I don't know, CFO, if you want to confirm that, the CFO or an acting CFO. CFO, I don't know if you want to confirm that.
You already clarified that one.
Yeah, through you, if you can get maybe Councillor Wasserman hand, and then I will clarify. And there's something also I want to add, if you don't mind, just to make it easy for councillors on this item. Thanks.
Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask either the or the CFO with regards to resolutions that start with that council resolved. I always have a problem with council resolving that it resolved, because it feels like it wasn't actually resolved, that we're asking council to still resolve something. So can we reword C, D, and E so that it says, for instance, at C, that it be compulsory for all directors to attend BAC, and D, that any and all irregular expenditure be written off, and that National Treasury be requested for condonation. So just to take out that council resolves for council to resolve. Does that make sense? Amen.
Wasserman, yeah. CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Wasserman, Xhosa and Afrikaans is my eerste taal, so I would not object on any wording in English, you know. So if that's the case, but if I'm listening to you, it still achieve the same thing. So I don't have any objection. I was going to suggest to council that the last recommendation must still remain, which is National Treasury to ask National Treasury to condone. But if you look at an attached item from National Treasury, they have already issued an exemption. In essence, the AG was wrong in terms of this interpretation. So that exemption is attached here, but we must still apply to National Treasury. But they've already issued a gazette for exempting municipalities, you know. So I'm not going to go into the details on this matter, but we must just still show to the AG that we did write to National Treasury to inform them, which answer will be referring us to that exemption already.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. I see your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. I've had a quick look at the regulations. A BAC must consist of at least 4 senior managers. I'm not sure if that specifically requires it to be directors. Senior managers equates to directors, but for the sake of this argument, let's say it does, which must include the chief financial officer, or if he's not available, another manager in the budget or treasury office. And it's up to the accounting officer to appoint the chairperson of the committee. It is customary for that chairperson to be the CFO, but it's not compulsory. It's up to the accounting officer.
Yeah, it's the kid.
Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand. Councillor Wasserman, your hand is still up.
Hold hand, Speaker, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Van Asbreken.
I've just heard oor die echoes dat die CFO gesê dis verkeerd. So ek was nie doodseker nie, maar ek Raadslid Myers het die regulasies voor hom, so hy is in 'n beter posisie om te kan sê wat reg of verkeerd is. Maar ek aanvaar die CFO as hy sou sê dis verkeerd. Die rede hoekom ek dit vra, voorsitter, is in alles wat selfs Raadslid Myers en die CFO gesê het. Ek wil net hê dat raadslede een of ander tyd net bly na bladsy 374 in hoofagenda. Daar was 'n DAC vergadering wat nie een finanspersoon op was nie. So ek wil dit net kom. So vir my was dit 'n bietjie net 'n vraagteken dat die item daar is gegee wat plaasgevind het op die 26 September 2019. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Van Asberen. Councillors, I don't see any more hands. Can we now go with the recommendation on page 88?
Speaker, just what you call it, interpretation in the latter part of Councillor Van Asberen's speech.
Councillor Van Asberen is saying that he's accepting if the CFO is submitting like that if it was wrong on his submission. On page 374, he's also noting that there were some meetings where which there was no financial person there, so he wants us to take note of that.
Thank you, Mr. Molwane. Do anyone want to respond on that, or can we go to the recommendation? I don't see any more hands.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor. Yes.
No, just to assist you, Councillor Myers is correct in terms of the regulation, which is Regulation 3, which is number 3, Regulation 29.3. However, the acting municipal manager or the accounting officer in the case of NISDA has appointed the CFO. So it is the CFO that is the chairperson. I hope that then gives clarity. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, CFO. Can we go with the recommendation on page 808?
Yes,
was the correction that we take out the resolve?
Agreed, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item is 13.16 on page 814. Report on irregular expenditure as identified during the audit STMR 32 piggyback contracts. And the recommendation is on the next page. Councillors? The recommendation is on page 821.
We can go with it, Speaker.
Do we agree?
Chair?
Yes, Councillor Van Asberen.
Just whilst I in principle don't disagree with the recommendation, Chair, we should be careful that we don't set precedents here. I'm a bit concerned that we followed a process that actually leads to irregular expenditure. And we normally, whenever there is an irregular expenditure, we try to refer it to impact for investigation. But that's fine. As I said, in principle, I don't have a problem with the recommendation here. But it's not good reading for the public out there that council resolved on the C part. Council resolved to approve the expenditures irrecoverable and be written off. And that's not good reading out to the public out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Van Asberen. Can we go to 13.17? The performance management policy, and there was also a supplementary that went with it. Do we all have it? I see the MM's hand.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I am concerned. If one has a look at page 115 on the supplementary agenda, which is the replacement page for page 16 of the policy, you will notice under the reward and recognition, There's category 1, outstanding performance. I don't know if all the councillors are with me. It's 13.1.1. Category 1, outstanding performance. It says employees achieving 90%. And then it proposes a few bonuses or a few incentives. If one has a look at category 2 below it, 13.1.2, that is for employees achieving 80% 4 or more on overall performance. And then it has the exact same rewards as above. Now, firstly, that obviously can't be. Secondly, my concern is that this municipality simply does not have money. So I would like to propose that rewards A, B, and C actually fall away. And for category 13.1.1, it'd be 2 days paid vacation leave. And for category 13.1.2, it'd be 1 day's paid vacation leave. That is my proposal. I have not had a chance to discuss this with the directors. I'm open to any other suggestions, but I do propose that any monetary issues that is going to be costing council money not be included. And obviously there needs to be a difference between category 1 and 2's rewards. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, Councillor Van Aswegen.
And then Councillor Van Aswegen.
Thank you, Speaker. I've listened to what the has said just now. You know, my view on performance is, for an example, if you're doing 100%, that is your job. That's what you're supposed to do. But immediately when you exceed that, when you go to 101, 102, and then I think that's when you're supposed to be rewarded. That's my view. That's how I believe in performance. So for me to say a person you got 90% in doing his or her job, is that performance, or is it just the person doing his or her job? So I hear what the is saying, considering our finances. But for me, I would say, me personally, you know, I always believe if someone has gone over to going an extra mile to what they were supposed to do, then you can award that person. So, Speaker, for me to say you award someone who's done 90% of what he or she is supposed to do, that is not rewarding that person. That person should perform more than 100%, and then you award that person for that extra mile. Thanks. I just wanted to make that comment, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Councillor Matika.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Van Aswegen. My humble apologies. This hand that I'm seeing. Councillor Van Aswegen.
No, Speaker, no, it's fine. Listen, I'm not going to have the problem with that. I think Councillor not Matika, Councillor Chokolo, he touched on part of my concern. In fact, he put it quite nicely. Ek sou eintlik baie meer blunt gestel het rondom dit. But on the reason given that we changed it to vacational leave or vacation leave is primarily because of our current financial status. It might therefore be in future that we amend that and that we will therefore give staff recognition through a monetary basis when we as a council or the next council would be able to afford it. Is that the intention, Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I see your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. I absolutely concur with what Councillor Chokolo has said. It should not be for simply doing your job, and regrettably, that has been the case at this municipality. I think it was Steve Chwete who said if a fish swims in the sea, there is nothing remarkable about that. But if a fish swims down the road, then he's done something special. So it would matter what the target is that has been set. And the target really needs to be difficult to attain. In fact, if the performance plans are drawn up for each staff member, as I believe it should be done, it should be rolled down to the last level, then all in all, there should not be more than 5% of staff who would be qualifying in terms of achieving 90% or more. So the targets must definitely not be made easy. That seems to have been a history at this municipality, unfortunately. It must be very difficult targets with only 5% of really super special officials who have gone absolutely beyond the call of duty. I agree with you, Councillor Chikolo.
Thank you, MM. So, Councillor, do we go with the recommendation? Councillor CFO, I see your hand.
No, Speaker, I just want to then confirm that I was in the right political induction and education by the late Steve Schwete. I agree with the MM in terms of the narrative of the fish. So it means I was in the right school of thought